Sorry, folks, I don't have that nice background music. Maybe we'll get it one day soon. But right now, I'm going to have to kind of be quiet until I get my two co-hosts back. So don't take it personal. For those that are just joining us, please do not overload the server. Do not retweet the space at this point. Let's give us a few minutes to get it stable. We get our mics up, we get our co-hosts, and then we'll be good to go. So please hang in there. Susie, you with us yet? Or are you still in the loop?
Here I am.
Okay, we got it coming. We're just waiting for Marlon to make it in. And of course, we know he is having problems, unfortunately. If you notice up at the top, we now have the record button because it was advised to take that time so that people can hear the important information that's going to go out this morning. So thank you all for slowly filing in behind us. Glad to see you. For those that have just joined us, as I said, please do not retweet the room right now. Give us a chance to stabilize everything, but we will get it together. Hey Al, what you got, man? Thank you for coming in. Thank you for keep on following.
Good morning, everybody. My wife and I we went and saw Sound of Freedom um, on July 3rd, and it was I guess you could say good and bad timing because we thought the movie was on point, um, but we were picking our grandkids up on July 4th. Three kids, 5, 9, and 12, and my wife was a little shook up by the movie, and she said, I don't know why we came to see this. And I thought about it, and I said, one, I thought it was going to be a movie about July 4th. I had no idea. I hadn't seen the previews or anything like that. But then I thought about it, and I said, you know what? It was probably the perfect time to come see this movie because we were heading to Disney World and Legoland, which are two very crowded places to take kids. And grandkids, especially, love to run around wild. So we kept a much closer eye on them. There's a lot of bad people out in the world, unfortunately. And I think this really honed us in on making sure that we protected our grandkids from anything that could have possibly happened to them. So for that, I'm happy. The movie obviously is, it's exactly what's going on right now. It's very sad. It's disturbing, but it needs to be seen by everybody. It needs to be seen. It needs to be spread. Um, I agree with you as far as why they didn't stage that in the United States. As far as what's going on here, I think the movie probably would have been shut down. Um, the fact that they did focus most of it overseas is a good thing because maybe we will cut sending money to these countries and things like that. So I think it's a wake up call for the politicians to see what's going on. Um, Everybody knows it's happening here in the United States. They all, obviously had the that sick bastard in California or whatever. And I mean, they don't go into graphic scenes or anything like that. Thank God. Because the movie is rated PG-13, which I don't agree with. I don't think 13-year-olds should be going to see that movie because the innuendos are there. Um, it's an adult movie, in my opinion, and then it should be spread down to the kids through the parents, not them going to see the film. And that's just my opinion. I mean, everybody's going to have their own, but definitely a movie that everybody needs to see and support. They're going to try to shut this movie down, I guarantee you. So if you haven't seen it yet, make sure you get to the theater, have some popcorn, an icy, whatever, and just be prepared for some really tough footage. It's very well done, and the story at the end by Tim Ballard that he actually gives. It's actually Tim Ballard that gives the information. I mean, he's a great American for sure. He risked his life, his family, and everything to go to rescue those kids. And I think he rescued over 120 kids by the time it was all done. Gave up his job. He threw everything away for his love of children. So if that message doesn't, hit you in the heart, then I don't know what will. I mean, it's absolutely amazing, and definitely go see it. And that's all I have to say. Y'all have a great week. God bless America, and God bless all of you.
Iceman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to say something. Somebody just sent me a DM saying that Washington State has just passed a legislation that CPS is now able to take your child out of your parent or guardian and put them in state control about pronouns and sexuality. This is a major problem. Washington State, I think this is the first state. So this is conditioning for this action of child trafficking. This is the action. This is how they're manipulating legislation that is easier to obtain these kids. I can see it in my own state.
Don't forget, it's my state too. Yeah, I don't get to get that involved because I'm not ambulatory right now. But yeah, I'm seeing it in just local news feeds. You read the buzzwords, you see how they phrase it, and you realize that they're actually supporting this absolute garbage of child trafficking. These people have a new kind of low in their life, and I hope they find a special place in hell for them. But to point it out, folks, we are now recorded, and we expect this room to get really busy. At least we hope so. So if you get cycled out as a speaker, do not get upset. Merely re-request, and we'll put you back in the rotation. And on that, unless Marlon, like I said, this is really your room, not mine. If you have no objection or anything else, say we'll run the hands. Oop. I guess he's having trouble. I almost had trouble earlier. I've already had to reconnect to the space once. Deb B, thank you very much. Welcome to the stage.
Oh, good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this real short because I just got to where I need to be to start working. But we went and saw it. I took my 14-year-old daughter. We saw it last week. The days are all getting jumbled in my head. But anyway, I took her because I feel like the reason we're in a lot of these situations that we're in right now as a country, as a world, basically, is because things have been kept quiet for too long. I felt like she needed to understand that what's really going on, and a lot of times she wants to go, to a mall with her friends or to here, and she thinks I'm a lunatic because I won't just let 5 girls go traipsing through a mall in a giant city with Interstate 80 running through it. No. I feel like sugarcoating things is leaving people in the dark when they need to be aware. And I appreciated the fact that there was, it was there was nothing really graphic. It was just more of an explanation of how it's done. And what I enjoyed most about the movie, well, I won't say enjoyed, but what sealed the deal for me on it being a great movie was actually the end, when we stuck around after the credits and listened to how Congress is involved, and how this it was just a great explanation at the end. And when we left the theater, she asked me, how can this be? How come nobody's doing anything? I said, because people in charge are making money off of this. It's all about the money. And I've explained that with her, with healthcare, with everything, that we have to take charge of our lives, and because nobody's on our side. We have to know. We have to do it. We have to get involved and not be gaslit or think that this is just an amazing world and we're lucky to be in it. No, get involved and be aware. And I don't know. I enjoyed it. I kind of felt like, like what was said earlier, that it being that more of the issue wasn't placed on us as a country. It was, elsewhere. But I agree. It makes sense. It probably would have never been shown if the spotlight would have been put on the United States. So I'm curious about the rest. What's coming out next. I'm a little confused about Mel Gibson's part and what he's doing afterwards, but I'm anxious to see. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the space. I'm going to drop down to listener. Have a great day.
Marlon, you're my co-host, and this is your room,
I
so
know,
you don't have to raise your hand.
It's okay. So, hey, what I would like to do is I'm going to come out of the co-host. Please put maybe Jamie if she could, or Louisiana if she wants to come up, or Brent. Put somebody else in the co-host.
You got it, sir. Well, whenever you need a mic, you got it. We'll take care of that right now. Susie, you want to run the hands? Do you happen to have an account? Okay, maybe Susie's having problems. All right, it's going to be Goats, James Watt. James, I'm sorry, I can't remember the whole name. And then it's going to be Michael. So go ahead, Goats, while I'm doing what I got to do.
I got you. Thank you, Iceman. One thing I want to say something to both Brandy and Captain. That's right. Captain was talking about this earlier. She was talking about the empty seats. Now, I know I have no statistical data for this, but I have heard people talk about buying tickets but not wanting to go see the movie, buying tickets so the studio got their I don't know, make their money out of it, I guess, but not wanting to see the tickets. I don't know if that obviously would go for a whole movie theater, but I have heard people saying stuff like that. The theater I saw, it was packed. My local theaters, I just looked today, and they're playing it at least till this coming Friday. I looked, because I know some people had said there was talk going around that it was only supposed to be playing for a week. Some people called their theaters to try and get it for another week. So just say that. And then to Brandy about the, and I think other people have touched on it, but about the movie not being U.S.-centric. I said it all week last week. We are the continuation of the movie. There are obviously certainly things that movie could not show. It would have never gone out if they would have been able to, even though it was independent studio, all that good stuff. There's many things that movie couldn't show, and I think the U.S. angle is we are the continuation of the rest of the things this movie talks about. So we are the people that are going to take this movie out and get the rest of that stuff talked about. So thanks for letting me talk, guys.
Hey, no problem at all. Jamie, thank you very much for accepting the co-host spot. Are you stable yet?
I believe I am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am. Just couldn't hear. I just didn't see the mic indicator. So I wanted to make sure everything was good.
Okay. So tell me what you guys want me to do.
Do whatever you do best and jump in whenever you want to. Okay. You're a co-host.
All right. Is Susie going to call?
I think Susie's away from the mic right now. She might even be having some instability issues. So I'll throw it to, who did I say was next? It was going to be James York.
Yep.
Awesome.
Howdy, guys. So a couple things. One, if you get a chance, Jordan Peterson has an interview with Mike Caviezel. I'll say his last name right. That's well worth watching. give some good insights to what's going on. And then earlier it was discussed the depths of the involvement of the government and how they're turning a blind eye. There's they're called the Finders, and they're actually special agents of the FBI, and they're in charge of locating children for trafficking purposes via in conjunction with the CIA. I will post a link in the little bubble thingy down here to the vault. But then when you go into the vault, just research the Finders, and you'll get all the documentation on it. And that's all I got to add. Otherwise, keep spreading the word, people.
Thank you much, Michael. Welcome back. Glad you could keep with us.
Yeah, so are we ready to share the room, tweet the room out?
It looks good, boss. Yes, thank you very much. Everybody that's in here, if you have a mic, you should have already had well, you waited on me. You should have a retweet ready. Let's get people in. I'm going to change the header in a few minutes once I'm sure that the bots aren't haunting me too.
Oh, they're haunting us.
This is a message they don't want out.
Oh, no, they definitely don't want this message out. So we talked about things that we could do, right? Over the weekend, I was approached by a couple of people that we need to look at the politicians that are in place. And when I say this, we have to look at the way they've been governing. And I think that we need to support the ones that are in the fight. A lot of people, they want to come through and they want to do this fail swoop and they want to clear everybody out of every political position. Well, it's just not going to work like that. So I think what, as a audience, as a space today, we could actually look at our state legislatures who are not voting for these things. And those are the people that we're going to have to start concreting a relationship with, because they're the ones that are going to vote no again. So we have to concrete the people that have voted no and get the maybes or the no votes on our side, and we may be able to flip some of this legislative action in your own states. I think this is, a thing that we all need to realize on what our elected officials are voting on, right? This is the educational period. Go ahead, Michael.
I think you touch back on the whole Washington thing, because realize Washington was actually the one that tried starting the grab the guns deal. And after they got shot a couple of times, they decided that wasn't a good idea. So maybe it is that we need to wake the people of Washington up and let them know that they're coming after them. And whether or not that's by sign or by T-shirt or whatever is, wake up Washington. They're coming after you first, but something of that nature. I mean, just something. We need to do something.
Hey, Marlon, didn't California already come out with that like a month or so ago? The 12-year-old being able to emancipate themselves to be able to get that surgery?
I'm not sure. I know in New Jersey, it's 15. You could be 15 years old. So if you're 15 years old, you can actually stroll into your guidance counselor and say, "Hey, I'm ready to be a girl." Whatever. Brainy.
Hey, Marlon. Real quick, I need to address one thing, please. And I will come back and share more on Pedo Bear later. However, I just need to make it real quick while I have a chance to speak. If you are sharing anything that I have shared myself on a tweet to any room, guys, when it comes to sex trafficking, please do not alter my words. Someone has taken the Pedo Bear pictures that I have shared. I'm the only one on Twitter that even has them. I promise you they came from me. I was in the training. They have added words saying that sex traffickers and human traffickers are in the vehicles with Pedo Bear on the back. That is not what was said. And if anyone has shared that, I am imploring you and demanding, please, that it be taken down right now and retweet my original tweet when I posted in a space. If people continue to change my words and make it what they want it, I will not be able to share the information I'm sharing with y'all, which is going to hurt the children. So please, if you know anyone who is sharing tweets from me, they must be my original or they must delete it because they're now sharing false information, Marlon, and it's not going to go well. Just want to say that right now. Thank you.
Well, Brandy, I'm glad that you did that and made that example. We have to be very careful of that. And there's a lot of other things that we got to be careful about. There's a lot of, things running around the FBI that they have known about this. And, I learned a lesson before. You're right. We need to stop and see exactly what we are retweeting and tweeting. Let's go and thank you, Brandy. Let's go to Patriot. Yep.
Yeah. Hi guys. How you doing today? Thank you for sticking with us and continuing to keep following Iceman and everybody. I just joined the space today and really excited about the movie. Been following it for a while, praying for it to come out. Yeah, just been following a lot of interviews from Jim Caviezel and Tim Ballard. One thing I wanted to point out, it's awesome that we're looking at the politicians, we're looking at the legislation, we're looking at all that stuff, but we also need to look at accountability for ourselves because we aren't seeing the bigger picture of where the demand's coming from. It's coming from the US, we get that, right? But the sick reality is it also comes from not just pedo stuff, but also from really consenting adult pornography, because it starts that path. That's what Jim Caviezel and Tim said, and also the director. He said it comes back to us. So here's something really I want to point out, and I don't know who's a believer or not or what, and that's fine. But think about this. If you guys dabble, and I've also been there too, and we all struggle, men struggle, women struggle and stuff. But it's kind of a little personal, but I just wanted to bring it home. If we engage in promiscuous, looking at inappropriate images on the internet, engaging in stuff, we are actually contributing to that for what this demand is, because it starts down that path of people, and then they start getting sick in the mind, and then they're thinking, hey, this isn't going to satisfy me anymore. I'm going to go deeper and deeper and deeper. So we really need to bring it home to our personal accountability, and then from there, change the world. That's really it. It comes to us, and this culture's sick. We did with all the things with the youth, doing transgender and stuff. We didn't have any of these problems back in the day, but it just came this slippery slope. Our mindset is getting more corrupt. It's because things have become more prevalent of debauchery and stuff. And, we say don't legislate me and, don't look at stuff internally, what I'm doing in my house, and that's fine. But it comes to accountability as us individually, and then bringing that so that the demand goes away. So yes, there's the whole legislation, there's the whole, getting these pedos out of here, saving the children and all that. But we got to start back to the root of where it's coming from. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Good, Jamie.
Yeah, I have a question, but Susie needs to be put down, and I can't put her down to reset her.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, I have a question about I've only seen a few posts about this. I've only read a little bit so far about it. What is there not information about the Finders was part of a CIA that was contributing to child trafficking? Is Brandy, did she drop down? I have one of the posts here. So I'm wondering what came out about that. Does anyone know anything about that?
I was the one that posted that, actually, Jamie.
Oh, you have a okay. I'm not reading your post, but I'm just reading one I had saved because I had questions about this. I maybe Brandy will come back up and maybe she knows something about it. So the posts are saying that the sorry, I was trying to get Susie up here and now my screen's not up. I'll pull it back up. Go ahead and go with Michael.
Let me just check. Susie, you back up and running?
I believe so. Can you hear me now?
We keep doing an AT&T commercial almost every morning. That's funny. Oh, Brandy's coming back up. So let's throw it.
I know she's working today too. So
absolutely, she's considered one of our legacies on this issue. That's for sure. It's Brandy.
So,
go ahead.
Let's go to. Oh, I'm sorry. If Brandy came up, that's great. If not, we'll go to James.
Brandy, did you want to add to this? We know your time is tight.
Yeah, give her a minute. We'll go to James.
All right. Hey, guys. So the other thing I was going to bring up is actually make friends with your local sheriff. Your sheriff has full constitutional authority to drag out anybody that's politically involved in any shenanigans as you press further in your local counties. Because it's down to your county and your neighborhood. It is everywhere. And your sheriff can help you execute these things that you need to do for taking care of those who are involved. But you got to get to know your sheriff and help them understand that they have more authority than they know, which they don't think they do, but they do. They have the authority to pull the governor out of their seat in your state. They carry full legal authority, and the U.S. Marshal will back them 100% if anything got sketchy. So as an FYI for you, as you move forward in this and starting to take power back, something you should also help yourself with.
You know, James, you bring up a good point. You know, in my state, we need like 66% of our sheriffs to be able to override our state legislature. So it's like a filibuster move where they can't just have over 50%. They have to have 66%.
Yeah, that's for a statewide imposition of a violation. Like here in Michigan, there's these red flag laws and now that got passed, right, by our crooked politicians. And our sheriff openly made an announcement to the everybody. He said he will not enforce it. And should any municipal officer choose to enforce a red flag law, they will be facing his consequences. So like we have a sheriff that's got some stones on him, but then our county is pretty unique. A quick side note for not related directly to the topic, but I've stood up to the county doing things that are illegal back during COVID. And we're the only county in the state of Michigan that didn't take COVID money. The whole rest of the state did. It was such a big deal that Joe Biden came out to Howell, Michigan, the most obscure city, and it's because his troop had to come out and chastise our executive board. So I'm telling you, you have more power than you know. And all you gotta do is get your sheriffs on your side, and you'll be able to do a lot more than you think.
Love it, James. You know, and we've talked about this many times. You know, they're starting to institute like fusion centers. You know, these fusion centers are directly to supersede our sheriffs. So that, you know, even in our county, we have this going on, James. So great point, though. So Brandy did jump up, and I did see Denise come up, and I did speak. She's the one that actually DM'd me about Washington State. So maybe we can have her come up. So go ahead, Brandy.
So we're talking local, so I want to give a couple calls to action for y'all. Find out who your sheriff is, number one. Go see what they're doing about trafficking in your area. If they tell you there's no trafficking in their area, they have no idea. That means you need to continue further on and find someone who does. Yes, sheriffs have major power that they don't even realize that they have. But you need to check into your legislatures, your senators, your Congress, your local city officials. Find out who is working against trafficking. If no one is, guys, I'll help guide you one-on-one. Get a organization started in your area. This is not going to go away. It's going to get bigger and bigger, especially with open borders. Y'all have heard me say the average child is 12 years old with the open border that's being trafficked. So go out to your local people, find out who's working against it, find out who you can trust to turn these things over to, right? Vet them now. Find out how their feet are moving. If they're just talking and their feet are not moving on the ground and doing something, you need to do something about that and get someone in their position whose feet will actually move.
You know, Brandy, not only were the founding fathers so ahead of their time, they knew that the sheriffs could unroot and root out corruption in our legislatures. That's why they were installed like that. Hey, I would like to go to Denise if she's up for it. How you doing, Denise? Good morning.
Good morning, Marlon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to bring attention to Washington State in particular. Not even my state. I am on the East Coast in Pennsylvania. But our groups have been fighting this from a different angle with constitutional law. And I did a notice because Senate Bill 5599 has been signed into law by Governor Inslee in Washington that if parents or guardians do not agree with their child, minor child, decisions of pronoun choices or medical transitions that they authorize unlawfully, of course, CPS statewide, keep that in mind, please, to come in and take children from their parents or guardians. So I did a notice and we just got it reloaded last night, and I shared it on my Twitter, but I thought I might drop it in the bubble. The notice is put into what's called a JOT form. All it is an electronic format that has the document in it. It's a PDF that you can download and print out. There's instructions on how to do that. If you want to do that, that's the most effective way, because an electronic email serve, what happens is when you sign that JOT form, everybody you see listed at the top of the notice automatically gets the notice through their email. However, that's not an official serve. So we need to follow up with paper if possible. It's a couple bucks to certify a return receipt out. And there's 2 committees involved within the legislature, several nonprofits, several foster homes, organizations that they're allowing these kids to run away to. They can wait 24 to 72 hours to contact parents if they want to, but they don't have to at all either. So it was on my heart to do this notice for Washington families, and I did. So now we're circulating it, and I just wanted to see if I had permission to share it in the bubble. And you guys could please share it out, because this is an action step that's very easy that we can take to put the legislator on notice, the governor, the committees, all of them, because it's repugnant to the Constitution, and it clearly tramples all over our inherent rights to be in the care, custody, and control and education of our children at all times. And you'll see the case law in there, the constitutional law. I did a video explaining it. It's all linked in my post. So it's like a 15-minute video, a little long, but I didn't want to go too fast explaining things, because I want people to grasp the inherent rights and how we can apply the constitutional law to all these situations. And we do need to turn to our sheriffs. Brandy is absolutely 100% correct. If that was Brandy speaking, I'm sorry if it wasn't. However, we're finding here that about 95% of our sheriffs are Soros paid off, or don't know how to use their constitutional authority within their counties. So we need to be instructing them. And that's also another inherent right that is given to all the people of all states. And all people of all states can sign this, because we're one of the people no matter what state we go in. So if I'm allowed to share the notice, you'll see the wording in there, one of the people of the 50 Republican states or American states. That means everyone across this country can sign in support for Washington.
Denise, so absolutely, I know Iceman's going to say yes. So if you could do me a favor, how that will work better is if you put that in the post, and can you like put hashtag MAGA mission on it? This way,
Sure.
It will absolutely see the hashtag not only gives people a way to go find it, but the hashtag gives us 4 times the amount of digital imprint. So this is what we need. This digital imprint with this hashtag, it will stay with everything else. So when it becomes relevant, these articles are going to pop up on Google, Denise. This is how this works. So this is the action. So if you can just do that, if you can just put that hashtag on it, and hashtag magamission.org, and it'll work out perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Is it all caps, magamission.org?
No, it's low caps, high caps, doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. You got it. Thank you so much.
And you're more than welcome to hang out. So Michael, I'm going to go to Advocate, and then Michael. Go ahead, Advocate. How you doing?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Sometimes my house doesn't get reception.
Got you good. Got you good.
Wow. This has been a roller coaster of emotions. But when I heard the part about Washington State, I just couldn't help myself but to chime in. I put down in the bubble a link to, I do a space on Wednesday night. Sorry, I'm totally that person plugging and, doing whatever right now, called Uncomfortable Conversations. And about 3 weeks ago, we did a call to action about these trans youth bills. And we dove in depth, kind of breaking down different areas that need to be, gatekeeped, and we need to start holding accountable, because unfortunately now our public school system is going to be one of the top sex trafficking for kids. We have DCF involved in schools now. So many states have bills up in their House, in their Senate right now, that will strip us of our rights, similar to California and Washington, one of which is where I live, up in Massachusetts, which actually came from the recommendations for the year 2024 from our commission on the LGBTQ plus youth. And it clearly states they want a code under DCF that if parents do not give affirming care to their child, the pronouns, you name it, that falls under that ideology, they will take your child, no questions asked. And it will be a battle and a half for you to get them back. So if you ever have a moment, I encourage you to listen to that space. And then there's a ton of link and resources in there of different policies that Parents Defending Education publish. Is a running list of school districts in every state that have policies allowing them to hide the transitioning and or help facilitate in the transitioning of a student without parent knowledge or consent. There are states on there that you would never think. I mean, pretty much all of New Jersey is every district in Jersey is on there. Marlon and I can attest to how bad it's getting there, but you would be surprised on how many. Find your state, look to see if your district there. If it is, click on it and it will bring the policy up right away. And then I also put in a running list of different areas for the call to action of what we can kind of try to do to get ahead of this, whether it's the legislation, the cycle that this is going to do. DCF involved, and then it goes to here, kind of made a spider web. If you have any other areas, suggestions, ideas, please DM me so we can add it to the list. And if you have any more resources or knowledge about bills, policies, or anything else that, you'd like to share, please, again, DM me with that information. And I'm doing a shameless plug again. Sorry, Ice and Marlon. This Wednesday night's Uncomfortable Conversations is going to be about the sound of freedom and its relation to our public education system, and really connecting those dots for people and again, coming up with some tangible call to actions that we can start doing within each of our states, boots on the ground. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much. This is, like I said, it's been a roller coaster of emotions in this space right now, but that's what we need. We need these uncomfortable conversations in order to make the change and to save our kids. So thank you, and I hope everyone has a blessed day. I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Advocate. You always bring the info. So on the question I asked about the finders, I did post the post below. It includes the vault documents about the case. So again, if anyone's heard any more information about that, I would like that information. And Marlon, you want to go ahead, Michael, next?
Yep, Michael, and then Genesis.
Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, I'm directing this directly at Brandy. I've put up some stuff, but what I've done is people have just asked me. So I put up pictures of what the pedo bear looks like and said, this is what we want to keep our eye out for. But we're treating it the same as the LGBTQ took the rainbow. These people took the pedo bear, which was originally the Adventure Time bear. And we're looking for it. We're not chasing that car down. We're not doing anything with it. Write down the license plate and report it to your local authority. They can do the investigation on it. If you see it multiple times in your neighborhood, pay attention to it. But don't go after the pedo bear. Don't go after the pedophiles. I've made that abundantly clear, and I've also made it abundantly clear that anybody can buy a sticker, so don't just go bashing people's windows in because they have the pedo bear sitting on the back of their window, because quite frankly, the Adventure Time bear was kind of cute. So, I mean, some people did buy it back then. And, I just want to make sure what I'm doing is okay. And I'm also going to put it out that if there's anything I ever put up that is a problem, directly message me and I will take it down.
Thank you, Michael. Genesis. Okay, Brandy, it looks like, did you want to say something, sweetie?
Oh, no, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Genesis.
I'll let Brandy respond and then I can speak.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. Brandy? Okay, she may be at work, so go ahead, Genesis.
Yes, I'm sorry. I do hear you. I apologize.
Okay.
Let me
You're
just
fine.
say real quick what the issue was. Someone took up the pictures that I've shared of the pedo bears, and they wrote a tweet that said to look, and I'm this is not per quote because I can't look at my phone right now. They added the words that human traffickers use this photo. That is not the case. That is not what I wrote. That is not what I said. I've only said that the pedo bear does represent some pedophiles. They're getting this sticker, and we need to report this sticker if we see it on the back of a vehicle. Michael's 100% correct. Leave the vehicle alone. Just call law enforcement. But I just wanted to verify that I never said that the traffickers identify themselves with that. Guys, if that was that easy, we wouldn't have to have teams hunting them down. So I just need to make sure that things aren't added to anything I share, or I'm going to have to stop sharing, because I also, right, we don't want to spread false information, because then that just makes it just as bad as the problem we're fighting. So that was the only thing that I saw that I was responding to.
All right, thank you very much. We're starting to back up on requests. So please, if you're not actively involved in the conversation, please step down so that we can make room for other speakers. That way we don't have to put you down. But if we do, please feel free to request a mic again. Thank you very much.
Could I inconvenience the host to put me on the list? I'm blind, so I don't know how to raise my hand. Thank you.
Okay, sir, I will. I'll have you. You are on the list, sir. So I'll give you your order too. We're going to have Genesis, and then we're going to have Zaylee, and then Megaphone. You will be up on third. Go ahead, Genesis.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Iceman. Good morning, Marlon. Good morning, Susie. Thank you so much. I did go see the movie July 4th, and I'm looking forward to this conversation about the movie because there were a lot of details in that movie. Somebody mentioned the little boy's name was Teddy Bear, and it just breaks your heart. But one of the things that I realized from the very beginning was it was two children, and it seemed to be a single dad, a single father. And it's almost like, you know, he was really trying to figure out a way to get his kids or get the little girl famous. Like they played a trick on him. And I remember coming up as a little girl, there used to be these I can't even remember the names, but it's like modeling contest. And they would come to the house, different people would come around, and they would have different pageants and talent shows. And they would ask my mom, can she go to be in this or so forth and so on? My mom would be like, no, she's too young. No, she's not ready. Blah, blah, blah. And for the most part, you know, those things, hopefully they were legit, not sure. But those type of outlets, like sending your kids to these modeling shows to take pictures and things like that, some of them could be, you know, seem harmless, but just like that dad, they could be, you know, places where you do capture these kids, especially if you have a single parent. Like, I don't know, I'm not a father, but I would love to hear from the fathers, because I felt so bad for him in that movie. Like, he kind of sold his children out. So I don't know if we talked about that before, but that really throughout the movie was weighing on me, because I was saying, I wonder how this dad feels. He actually sold his kids out. Not on purpose, but on, you know, he got swindled.
So, you know, Genesis, I thought that same exact thing. And I saw the panic in that man's face, and he went down to that street and he started running. What would you do? I don't know what I would do. My wife said they would have locked her up, because the first police officer she would have seen would have been, why aren't you looking for this child? And I can't imagine. And he kept running. It didn't stop right there, like you said, Genesis. It held on the entire movie. And I'm going to tell you one other scene that really did it for me is when this man asked to go into this other country to save kids, because he realized that they weren't actually saving kids. They were only putting pedophiles away. So they weren't actually saving the kids, right? And this is where this man stepped over this line. And when he was in front of his boss and he had his tears streaming down his face, and when he wiped that tear from his face and looked at that man straight square in the eye and said, I need to go do this. Now, meanwhile, this man has 8 kids at home and a wife. And you know what his wife told him? His wife told him, go and save those kids. Go and save those kids. What a wife. Oh, my God. I see Susie's got her hand up, guys.
Yeah, Genesis was talking about the beauty pageants and stuff. So while she was, I went out and looked to see what was in Tennessee. So we don't have any here. We have them, but americaslittlemiss.org is the big one that has these little girls, you know, being all sexualized in these little beauty pageants. And I swear, you know, maybe a call to action is to show up at these things and hold up a sign that says you're sexually grooming these girls. I'm tempted. I'm looking for some in Tennessee. That's all. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, Susie, I brought this up in regards to the cheerleading competitions that my brother has 4 daughters. They are cheer team girls. And I went to the convention at Las Vegas. There's 5,000 cheerleaders there. And there were so many people there in the audience that were not parents. It was creepy. And this was years ago. And they are dolled up to the max. And it really goes down my spine. It bothers me. And being in the environment, you can, well, I can feel the creepers there. It's very uncomfortable. So we've definitely got to check into some of these groups that are doing what you said, grooming, basically. We're going to go with Zale, and then Megaphone, I will call you up as soon as Zale has done speaking. Go ahead, Zale.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Thank you for giving me a mic. I do appreciate it. I've not spoke in um, space that with this host, but this issue is near and dear to my heart. I live in the state of Maryland. I am a grassroots advocate. I am a member of my Republican Central Committee, so I've been politically active um, pretty much my adult life. And I just want to say that based on Michael's work in the Erickson report, on June the 8th, I scheduled a a meeting with the grassroots community, and this meeting is scheduled for July the 19th. And the prerequisite was for everybody to read the Erickson report, write down your questions, da da da. Don't call me, don't email, just write down, read the report, write down all your questions. Google, do whatever you can do, but bring your questions and everything with you to the meeting on the 19th. The purpose of the meeting, of course, is to introduce everybody to um, the I guess the ties that Erickson have internationally, and more importantly, to look and see just what the ties and connections are to the state and to our county, and to educate everybody that shows up for the meeting. So far, I have 15 people that have RSVP'd, and I'm going to be following up today or tomorrow with a follow-up and a reminder just to see if we got more. Um, the next thing that on the agenda is to, once we go over the questions, go over the all the issues that person might have in reading this report and understanding how sex trafficking um, is tied to all of this. Then we want to schedule a meeting with our local sheriff, and I want it to be a group meeting so that no one person have to go and do this by themselves, and kind of get the ball rolling from there. Maryland, in case you're asking, is the state that I live in. Maryland is probably one of the bluest states of all with the legislation agenda that they've passed this year. One of the ones is definitely gender affirming was passed, and and was passed by paying for any gender affirming without parental consent with Medicaid. That's one. The other one is, of course, I mean, not of course, but included in all this horrible legislation is a piece of legislation that would make it a civil right, i.e., infringing a person's constitutional right to the Maryland Constitution that allow abortion up into after life. The other thing that they tried to pass, they didn't get it passed this year, but they definitely intend to bring it back, and that is to decriminalize pedophilia, to include bestiality, and they include to bring that back for next year. So as you can see, we've got a lot on our hands, to include with the upcoming presidential election, and we've got a lot of work to do, people. And while prayer is good, and trust me, those that know me know that I am a prayer warrior. Um, but faith without works is dead, and we have to do the work. That's it. I'll land for now. And if somebody needs a mic, you can drop me. And if I want to come back, I'll come back later. Thank you. God bless you all.
So I just have something quick for Zally. And that's exactly what we were talking about. We need to concrete the people that voted no on that bill, Zally, especially in Maryland. And right now you got a lot of hype going on in Maryland because your director of the Board of Elections, Linda, I forget her last name. She was escorted out.
She resigned. Yeah, she walked out the door. Right.
So, I live in New Jersey. I'm just as blue as you are, right? But there are changes happening. So we need to enforce the people that voted no for that bill first.
When you say enforce, I mean, I have the list of people who voted no, but
I'm sorry, not enforce, reinforce, and maybe even send them a thank you and a contribution to their campaigns, especially if they voted no against those bills. That's where we start.
okay, well, ironically, on the agenda item for the 19th is to discuss who voted for and who didn't vote for it. So, um, amen. That's on the agenda.
Well, Sally, if you would come back and share that with us when that happens, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, Zolly. Maybe we could, spread the word, help spread the word on who voted correctly and who didn't, and help you out with that. And we appreciate your boots on the ground. We're going to have a new speaker, Megaphone. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to share. A shout out to Brandy for sending me the invite. I really been, mixed emotions on listening to what's being discussed. I myself, I digress. Forgive me for my hubris or my ego. I'm 100% service-connected, disabled veteran, and I was given experimental inoculations while in service in the late 80s. And so I've been spelunking down the rabbit hole for over 30 years easily. And the challenge is, as I squeegee my third eye, as Bill Hicks has stated, you start recognizing the patterns or the cycles that are put before us by what I call the powers that should not be. And I lump them all together, or you could just call them the powers of negativity, because it doesn't matter if you're Jewish or Hebrew or whatever faith or religion you believe in, we can have discernment and look at the actions and the words of individuals and say that's negative for the whole, for the community, the unity. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on the perspective, I have 2 daughters. And because of my disability, I'm also blind, and crippled in a wheelchair. So literally somebody could snatch my daughters right out of my lap when I would go out and about with them. And it doesn't help when individuals share with me of how beautiful my daughters are. And I have recognized a long time ago that the public schooling system has failed us in teaching our children critical thinking skills and teaching them modalities in order to take on the challenges that are before us in this world. And I also, if I babble on in Babylon for too long, just go ahead and cut me out because I can just keep going and going. But one thing that I notice is that we as parents have to take in accountability our complacency that we have gone through, or the atrophy of paying attention of what is going on within the schools. I think we falsely gave the school all of this authority to not only educate our children, but to raise our children. And the schooling system is not there to raise our children. That is our responsibility as a parent. And it's quite interesting now that if you look within the court system, they're now calling our children, our offspring, genetic property. And I ponder, and I'm trying to dig a little deeper on why these new labels are occurring, especially when it comes to our offspring. But in my own challenge, me and my partner separated, and I had to deal with CPS. And I found out that CPS is a Title 4D company. It is a for-profit organization. And that for every dollar that goes to CPS, only 44 cents goes to the child. The rest of it goes to all of the red tape and the office supplies and the salaries and all of that. However, there are nefarious dealings that are happening within CPS. I would rather not generalize and say the entire CPS is responsible for what is occurring. Because also, again, I digress, as a Paleo American or a North American Indian, we have been dealing with we call it the ICW, the Indian Child Welfare. We've been dealing with this for a long time, where they were taking our children off the reservation and then they would put them into homes of Caucasians or people not of Native American descent. And so this was causing a major challenge, because when they can manipulate our children, and I'll leave it with this one here, when they introduced Common Core, if you look at the psychological implications that Common Core created between parents and children, where they come out with this brand new math, which is a math, however, it's much different than the math I grew up on. I'm 56 years old. And so when these children would come home with this new math, they would say, hey, I need help with our math. And so parents would be looking at this math and they would look at it like it's Chinese, if you didn't know Chinese. And so here we put it into our kids' mind that our own parents aren't smart enough to do math. And so how stupid they must be, because my teacher can do math. And this has all been systematically designed by the powers that should not be, because the last effort they have is to destroy the family unit. And they're being very successful in it. So it's our due diligence to take integrity and know where we've allowed this to happen, and to teach our children beyond the school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mega. Yes, and I urge you to join us. Sometimes we do talk about the schooling system and what I have coined the dumbing down of our children, because they do take away critical thinking, and they've done that by removing so many facets of schooling that make them have to think to figure out the problem. So yeah, that's been some big discussions in the room. Thank you, sir. Let's see, I'm gonna go to the new speaker, and then so International, go ahead, and then we'll go ahead and go through the rest.
God bless you. I'm going to tell you guys, like, at the moment, I'm currently battling with my school that my son goes to. I'm over here in the UK, right? My son is 8 years old, right? And I've told them I don't want my son to learn this thing called PSHE. I'll put a link to the government website where you can see. They want the children from 6 years old up to know about different types of relationships, meaning gays and lesbians and transsexuals, and you might come home and see mummy with another woman, or daddy with another man, or a relationship with 3 people or 4 people, or the cat and the dog, or whatever it is, right? They want children to know this, right? Thus meaning they create a generation where it's all going to be acceptable. So, and can you believe this? My son goes to a Christian school, and I've written to the principal of the school. I've said, I don't want my son to know this, right? The teacher, the principal responded back to me, you don't have the option to opt your child out of this lesson, but you can opt your child out of religious education if you want. And I wrote back and I said, but you're a church school. How can he opt out of learning about religion, but he can't opt out of learning about same-sex marriage and all this kind of stuff? Don't you see a problem with that? And there's not been a response since. This is what we're up against. And if the schools and if there's teachers and people in the church and in all other faiths, mosques, whatever, cannot come together and say, well, listen, this is a red line now. You cannot cross this line, right? This is the people we need, those people who are willing to stand up and say, hey, this is enough now, right? The MPs, the members of parliament, the members of your government who are on our side, we need to get them, You know what I'm saying? And galvanize this support to say to the government, listen, you're going too far now. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. If somebody wants to be gay and whatever, that's up to them. You know, again, keep it to yourself. Nobody needs to know. I don't go out with a t-shirt on saying heterosexual pride. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going around telling everybody what I do in my private bedroom. You know what I'm saying? So why is it acceptable for these people to do that? Why is it acceptable for them to have a week or a month of them flashing themselves all over the street? But a person like me couldn't go out and flash myself. I'd go to jail. You know what I'm saying? How comes it's okay for Story Drag Queen Hour? How is that acceptable when you can't even bring your child to a strip club? But you can have somebody come flashing themselves in front of you, in front of your children. No, man, this is enough now. You know what I'm saying? And if there's one thing, regardless of whatever disagreements we have, if we all agree that this is wrong, then we all need to be doing something. Praise the Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Yes, amen. All right. Goats, put your hand down. Are you at work? Can you speak? Or okay, I'm just going to keep going. Louisiana, good morning.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. Great conversation, great topic. A lot of great information has been shared here, and I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. And then specifically International, he dropped, well, one, you had a great space the other night, and I really like how fair you are, and I like the passion that you bring when it comes to getting the truth and the real truth of the story. A lot of people have been affected by that space you had the other night, and I just want you to know that it's important that if these people are going around, that attention is called to maybe any kind of nefarious behavior, and that's all I'll say for that. He also dropped the link for Rescue a Foster down below. I did an interview with Sylvia Beachy. That's her organization. She worked inside of a foster home, and she also worked for CPS. And with one of the most alarming things she told me was that CPS actually has a quota. And now you think of, a place like maybe like a New York City or something like that, and they have a quota to make sure, you could put it in this context, they have a quota to make sure that they're visiting enough families that need attention. That seems okay. Now, to a sleeping person, right? Now, I know that we all know that there's a lot of nefarious behavior within CPS, but she was in a small town, and she was like, the amount of agents they had working and what their quota was, they were essentially asking them to separate families. And she gave a lot of great information. So if that it's okay with Iceman, which I'm pretty sure it is, if I drop a link for that podcast down below, it's about maybe a 1 hour listen. She's a fantastic person and a good person to have on here. So she has been tagged down below. So if she comes into the room, Rescue a Foster, please make way for her to get to the stage, because she's a great person doing a lot of great work, calling a lot of attention to things, just like many others that are here. I wanted to go back to talking about like the child pageants and cheer competitions and things like that. What's really crazy is that the left, anytime we say like this is pedo behavior, this is what pedophiles look for, and so on and so forth, they really like to point to pageants as if that's a part of conservative values, which I think in the past people didn't see the harm in pageants, but this is a different time when you had stay-at-home moms. The moms were with the kid all the time, doing this and doing that, and it was a way for a mom and a daughter to bond. It has become very sick and twisted. Now there's the big hair, the makeup, the false eyelashes, the fake teeth, all of that. My daughter is also in cheer, and she will be going to competitions. And I was also in that, in the high school realm. And so rather than, I just want to make sure that if we're moving forward to bring awareness to these people, that we're not bombarding in order to stop. We need to educate these parents or the leaders of, of the small groups. Now, the pageant directors and stuff like that, those people need to be verified because they could very well be involved in trafficking. I mean, I know you guys have all seen the picture of what's the little girl that went missing? She was a pageant kid, and Ghislaine Maxwell wind up being having photos with her. Was it JonBenet Ramsey?
JonBenet.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that was a really big case when I was younger, but it's like, why did that case get so much attention and all these other cases don't. Why now? And I'm not complaining. There's so much attention to human trafficking awareness. And this reminds me of whatever year COVID started. Tim Ballard had his human trafficking awareness. Like, a lot of people rallied behind him, and then it fizzled out. And I'm just worried that we're working at a rate. Maybe these are people that are not involved in other projects, which is good, but I'm just worried that we're working at a rate that's going to contribute to burnout. And so everybody that's bringing awareness to these specific topics, if you're sitting here listening and you don't have something that you're already involved in, pick up one of the topics, get some friends together, and get active instead of don't let this be a waste of time. Don't let this be a waste of information. If you now have a responsibility to tell other people. Nobody's asking for you to go kick in doors or search for pedophiles. A lot of towns have small organizations already that are not government. They're actual true and genuine organizations that have been doing this and need support. If you've heard me say this before, I apologize for beating your dead horse, but it's true. It's true. Like, there's NOLA Freedom or Free NOLA. I'm sorry. Free NOLA is a human trafficking awareness center here, and I make sure that I reach out, I check in. I've donated. I had her speak at the Human Trafficking Awareness March that my sister and I put together. And you can vet these people and just contribute to their organization in any way you can, whether it be passing out flyers, paying for whatever it is they need to get printed. Also, there's just so many ways to where even doing a small amount is actually contributing to it and bringing awareness to your friends that are around you. So please, please, please do not just take this information, say it's horrible, and do nothing. Pick up something someone is saying and share it outside of Twitter. And that applies for everything. We're looking at election fraud. We're looking at corrupt government. We're looking at pedophile. I mean, it is an absolute circus out there. But we have to pick something and do something. Don't just sit there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Louisiana. Nailed it. Go ahead, Marlon.
Thank you. Louisiana, obviously, did you see the movie? Just to ask.
I did not.
Okay, so when you do get to see it, I think, I'm not beating around the bush, but the way the director did it is even an innocent thing like a beauty pageant or whatever to show you the awareness. I think that was the key of the director and how he did such a good job at that.
Yeah, I definitely look forward to seeing it. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people getting this information for the first time that are upset, that are heartbroken, and what we don't want them to do, just like the pedo bear situation, we say, don't go attack someone just because they have a bear on their car. That's the same thing. Let's not. Because if we turn around and start attacking people, just parents that are putting their kids in pageants and things like that, or telling them in such a way to where it's not digestible for them, the only thing you're going to do is turn people off from it. There is pedophile rings on Twitter. There is pedophile rings inside of Instagram. I've seen them. It's these mommy groups, and it's so fucking weird, excuse my language, but I was part of when I was building my page, part of like an algorithm boost group. And it was just people that I knew, and I was like, hey, we're going to like and share information, da-da-da. One of the girls that added another girl into the group says, hey, I also have one. Do you want to be included in that? And I was like, sure, no problem. And I'll go and I start looking at all the profiles that's in this group, and it's all of what looks like the moms, but God only knows who it really is. These people do not seem real to me, but it's all pictures of their babies growing up. It's like really, beautiful photos, but what in the fuck are we doing putting this on the internet? Are you trying to make your baby a model, or is this really an advertisement of some kind? And then the story broke about the pedophile rings. Now I took it a step further and I started looking at the people that are following these baby pages. It's all men, mostly foreign men, mostly foreign accounts, but tons of men. You have 20,000 followers and 19,000 of them are men following your baby. At what point do you say, what the fuck is wrong with me? If
Preach.
it's
Preach.
before, if it's even a real person, which makes me feel like that's suspicious. That's very suspicious. And these mom groups are still going on. I'm not on Instagram very much, but every now and then these mommy loops and blah 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 like pop up on my page, and it's like I really don't know what I'm supposed to do about it except for reporting the account. But we already know that Instagram's involved. So what is the point? What is the point? Nobody's gonna do anything about it. And so I'm not an investigator. So anyways, I say all that to say we're giving information to people who are just waking up to this. So let's not startle them into attacking regular people. That's the same divisiveness that the left uses when they bring out race and culture and oppression and blah blah blah. Then you have regular brown American citizens and regular Caucasian American citizens that are attacking each other as if we're the problem. American citizens, regular people, is not the people we need to be demonizing or shunning or being abrupt or abrasive with. We have to treat those people the same way someone kindly told you the information or that you chose to listen to it. If you bring information to someone that's not ready to hear it, you have to work on your delivery, because shocking someone and saying, well, you shouldn't post pictures of your kid because there's pedophiles, and write them a whole 2 paragraphs, making them feel like a piece of shit parent. That's not the way to do it. And so, again, please don't sit on this information. Take note of what it is. Pick up something and take action, and with good intentions, not to beat down anybody else, because it's all of these things happen around us. It's not the regular American citizens. It's not the mom that's putting their kid in pageants. They might not be doing it, for that reason. You have to step back and examine the situation and think about how you want to approach people. And if you're new to it, come up and say, I want to review some of my talking points, or send us a message and say, hey, I'm going to send you some voice messages and just review some of my talking points, so somebody can honestly tell you, hey, you sound like an asshole, or hey, that's great, but don't forget to include XYZ. We just don't want to, be beating people upside the head with information they never asked for. So thanks.
Can I respond, because I brought up the pageant? Are you okay if I respond, Susie and Marlon? Are you okay? I had my hand up, but since you I did bring up the pageant. Are you okay?
Go ahead, Bam.
Okay. So this is Genesis, Louisiana, and the purpose of this session was to go through the movie, deep dive of the movie, and to look at the different pieces of the movie. So when I was reflecting on the movie, I noticed a tactic that the father, took his child to this modeling photo shoot. Okay. And so some of the data in child trafficking and sex trafficking is low income countries, parents who are low income immigrants. That's the data that they're showing about child trafficking. So I reflected on this, and I remember I probably used the word pageant. And since you were talking, I went and looked at some. It's called modeling agencies. I put a link out there. I remember a specific modeling agency. It's been in business since 1939, called Barbara Jean Modeling School. And when I was young, they were so aggressive. Like, I didn't know what was going on, but they were so aggressive. And we were low income. And they were just so aggressive, wanting, my mom to come, let her do this modeling thing, let her. And if my mother wasn't alert, she was like, why they keep pressing my child? You see what I'm saying? So it's like my mom had to ask questions and things. I didn't go because it didn't feel right. The point I was making, Louisiana, is it's not about attacking any pageant mom. Not about attacking. My cousin was Miss North Carolina. But anyway, not attacking people. It's the machine. It's the machine. Even the LGBTQ machine. I don't attack homosexuals. I love homosexuals. I love LGBTQ. I love them. But it's the machine. It's the agenda. So what if there was a pageant that looks harmless, and there was one child, one that got taken from a pageant, or one child that got taken from Barbizon Modeling School? When you look at the alumni on the Barbizon Modeling page, just go and look at the alumni. It shows all of these people from all through the years that have been, they call it alumni. What if it was grooming? So my thing is, I agree with you. It's not about accusing a parent. Parents are trying to do the best they can. And I think in that movie, the father, he was a solo father. He had children. He loved those children. I mean, he went and talked to Jim, the actor, one-on-one, man to man, which brings me to my second point, Marlon, about I do think that there is a space for fathers to get more awareness and educated, because what I'm seeing now is there was the data shows that in 2019 there was a reduction in child trafficking detection due to the pandemic, meaning that there was not a lot of law enforcement presence out because everybody was quarantined. So when you reduce the presence of law enforcement, when you reduce the presence of border control, the detection actually was reduced. So that means that there probably was a lot of trafficking going on, but it couldn't be detected. There was also a study, I'm looking on the, I'll show you the website, but it's the UN, I don't even trust this data, but it's an official website that tracks trafficking. The other part was boys. If you look looking at movie, boys started getting increased in 2019, not just girls, but little boys. And I'll land my plane on this last point. I think that anybody, any parent, any person that's wondering, should you educate your little child? That little girl in a low income neighborhood country, she was educated enough to where she told her little brother, Teddy Bear, when he got trafficked and got rescued, he says, my sister gave me this necklace. And she told me if I ever get in this situation to look for Timotheo. So she educated her little brother. She knew enough. She's not an adult, so she didn't fit. She was just, gaslit, wanting to be a model. All little children want to be pretty, want to be famous. That stuff will blind you. But the little boy said, my sister taught me and told me to look for Timotheo. So these little children need to know, just in case they're in the situation, they can help each other. So I'm going to land there in Louisiana. I agree with you, but it's the machine. And just like how you are outraged right now, once you see the movie, you will understand that the machine needs to be attacked. The machine.
Absolutely. Genesis, can you send me a message, please? I have something to tell you.
Yep.
Thank you, Genesis. And we'll go to our co-host and host, Susie.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, some I can't think of the word. Book space keeping. First of all, international. I see you've posted some stuff up in the nest. Please post those down in the purple pill so that they stay with the space when the space ends. Otherwise, they disappear forever, okay? Also, we have some speakers who want to come up, and we don't have any room for you yet, but we're working on it, okay? So if you do get dropped down, it's just so to allow other spaces, but if you want to, raise your hand or request a mic and we'll bring you back up. And then with that, Louisiana was talking about, we need to, basically, in a nutshell, pick a fight. And I think that this regular group, we've had months of conversations about Republicans and Democrats and parties and voting and all kinds of things. But I think what we have galvanized around is this topic. And I know for me, it has galvanized me. I am going to be reaching out to Veterans for Child Rescue to see, because I know that Warrior wants to, get chapters in every state. If it wasn't for Warrior and Brandy and Kim with Veterans for Child Rescue, we wouldn't be having a lot of the information, the factual information that we have now. So, please follow those guys, especially. We can tilt at windmills and try to go after everything and, try to be precinct members and try to be GOP members or try to be Libertarian Party members or whatever. And I think that there's so many windmills out there for us to fight against now that we just have to pick the one that resonates with us the most. Where is our, highest truth? What is our highest thought? And go with that. And if this is a topic that's not comfortable for you, maybe there's a different route you can take to help save the country. But for me, this is my galvanizing moment. I have been praying for a couple of months on, what do I need to do? Because I don't think we're voting our way out of this, but I can take actions on other places where I do think that will make a difference. And so find your truth, find your passion and follow up with it is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Exactly. Iceman.
Yeah. My wife heard me starting to talk about this, and I guess it got her wheels grinding. I want to point back to not one of my favorite shows, but if you look up on YouTube, Dance Moms, type in "Where Have All the Children Gone?" This was released in the mid to early 2000s, and the song is one thing. It's actually a spoken word, but see how it was presented on stage, and if that doesn't scare you, I don't know what will. I'm talking about it right now. This is the first time I had a chance to look at it, and it absolutely made my hair stand on end. So what we're talking about is real. It's dangerous. It's our children, our grandchildren, and our children's children's future. If we don't stop this now, it is going to become so prevalent that people aren't going to know what to do. And before I go to hands, one more thing. Over 20 years ago, I happened to catch a morning talk show. Yeah, me, the rocker and the hippie. I never thought I'd listen to a talk show. But the host was speaking with someone, and he pointed out how we have degraded as a society, how we have turned pornography into art, vulgarity into the norm, nudity in prime time. Let that all sink in. Just those three should be alone to make you want to get off your tail and do whatever you can. We have allowed our country, our nation, and probably the world to be corrupted by this horror, this atrocity on humanity. And I'm just going to shut up because if you can hear it in my voice, I'm starting to shake right now. But please look that up. Dance Moms, it shows as 2018, but watch the video. I just saw part of it, and it just rocked my world.
Yeah, and let me, since I said something, sorry, Susie. You.
No, it's okay. Marlon, check your DMs. There's a request.
Yeah, I want to mention something about this because you just said that, Ice. We were speaking yesterday about pornography and how it actually can cause some brain damage and it changes your brain. Well, so does also all of us and our desensitization. Now, when I grew up, I had, 10. I could not watch, that movie with John Travolta, Saturday Night Fever, I think it was called, or something. I wasn't allowed to watch that. But nowadays, that would just be seen as nothing. Oh, it's just a button in the window. You go ahead and watch it. Well, through the years, we have not just ourselves been desensitized, but our children we're desensitizing the children. And that is because our brains have been over the time desensitized. So we need to pay attention to that too and question ourselves, as do I really think that's okay? Or am I just saying, oh, whatever, because I've been desensitized? So we also, as I said again, need to question ourselves because of that, because of what we've been pelted with in the eyeball. So let's see here.
If I can just jump on the back of that, being the old one in the room, I can remember, everybody knows who Elvis is. Well, back in the 50s and 60s, he was called Elvis the Pelvis. And when he finally got on, I can't remember the show, and I just had it in my head. They were
Jack
not
Benny.
a lot. No, not even Jack Benny. Jackie Gleason. No, not Jackie Gleason. He was on one of the talk shows. They couldn't show him on TV below the waist. And that was because it was considered a censored item. Let that sink in compared to what we have on video now. And I'll shut up because, like I always say, the room is far more important than what I have to say. Thank you again for coming here and sticking around.
Hey, let me jump in real quick, okay? So we have some hands up. What I would like to do is Brandy has kind of like a step-by-step that we should inform people on the process of a missing child. So I see the hands in front of us. If you guys want to take 1 minute and then we can go to that, you guys can do that as long as Brandy can do that. So if you guys, with your hands up, starting with international, if you guys can just keep it concise, this way we can get to this other topic. I think it's important.
Okay, God bless you. I just wanted to quickly say, Louisiana, if she's still here, I dropped you a DM. And just regards to all of this LGBTQ thing, what has happened to the world where they are trying to desensitize us to the most ungodly way of living? It is ungodly. And anybody trying to, say that, this is fine and all this kind of stuff, they're a problem. You know what I'm saying? Again, if people want to do that, they should be keeping it secret, privacy of their own home, flaunting it in front of people, trying to make it seem like it's normal is a problem. It is a big problem, right? Nobody should be condoning this kind of behavior. Yep, if there's people who do it, then we can't stop them from doing it, but we definitely need to be stopping them from flaunting it in front of people. Now, I've seen there's tactics that they use on YouTube where they've got these grooming videos. They've got the same kind of weird stuff going on where they're trying to suck your children into looking at weird stuff and cartoons with willies and different bits and kissing, two men kissing and all this weird stuff. So you have to be like a marshal for your children. You have to be watching what they're watching. You have to be involved in your kids' lives, or it seeps in. You know what I'm saying? And then now the school system is against your children as well. They're trying to push it onto your children too. I've had interviews with people where people are in tears, right? That their child is now confused and doesn't know whether she's a girl or a boy because the school is pushing on this child that, because she wears jeans or something, that potentially she's a boy. And when you come to school, it's okay if you want to be called something else. We won't tell your parents. The school is actively against your kids. You know what I'm saying? And again, in a decent world, the church would be in a position where it's the moral compass of society, and they would be stepping in to say, no, we don't agree with what you're doing in the school system, and then the battle continues. But the church is completely quiet. The church is almost complicit in what's going on because there's no strong leaders, and the ones that are get crushed, but there's no strong leaders of the church that are willing to stand on the principles of the scripture and push them out regardless. And that should be where another focus, what we need to get into, is that if we've got schools or churches or MPs that do not reflect the values of the 99% of people, then we need to get rid of them. And it's the same thing I'm not in America, but I've got lots of family in America and lots of family in Canada, family in Cuba. So I'm very, very well, involved in all of this stuff, even though I'm not in your country, right? But at the end of the day, you got a constitution, right? Now tell me, every single person who's in office in America needs to pledge allegiance to that flag and the Constitution. So how is it possible that you've got people trying to take away things from the Constitution and people are still voting for them? That should be the red flag from the moment a person says, I don't like this, freedom of speech, I don't like guns, I don't like whatever, then you got to go. You know what I'm saying? There shouldn't be an if or but about it. If you don't like the Constitution of America, then leave. Then leave it. You know what I'm saying? Don't be in a position of power trying to change the Constitution from inside America. That makes no sense. It's the beacon of hope for the rest of the world, America is. And I believe everybody should be concerned about what happens in America. Because, you know, if America falls, the rest of the world will be easy. And people don't seem to understand that. That's the reason why so many people who are awake are so invested in what happens in America right now. Because it's the only last link for them to get everything that they dream of, these globalists, right? And these NGOs that have been going around the world destroying every country they get into, right? Praise the Lord. God bless you all.
So 2 quick things, International. I'm going to tell you that started back in the 90s when they separated church and state, right? This was their angle even back then. And the reason for the push for the trans is because they are the most sought after. They are worth 3 times the amount of money to traffic a trans child or a boy or a girl. So you wonder why our government is facilitating this. They're worth 3 times the amount. And the only reason I know that is because I've been hanging around with Brandy for so long, and she's really the one that set us straight. This is the reason. You talk about putting dots together.
Yeah, and I mentioned last month the festival they had here. The church literally put out a flyer because the parents weren't allowed at the festival to come over to the church, for the parents to come over to the church, not joking here, for programming. Holy moly. That word alone would have set me off, but I guess a lot of people participated. Crazy. So we got Praying, and then Brandy's actually next on the list. Praying, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I've been putting a few things in the bubble. So again, I'm in California. Prayinghawk 144. Actually, go follow me on Instagram and see the work I do over there too, and Rumble. Because what I've been doing on Instagram is putting together my little reels. And instead of being a parent who's putting their, kids' pictures and putting it to music on Instagram, I put the pedophiles in my town and screenshot them and put them into Instagram with music. So yeah, that's what I've been doing over there. Because this is a daily battle for me, right? And I'm 59 and I'm sitting here widowed going, what am I doing in Instagram and over here in Clubhouse and over here in, Marlon's Space on Twitter? Because these are our weapons. We have to use them. I will tell you, one of the problems we have here in America is our oaths of office have been corrupted. They're defective in many cases. Here in California, they've taken out language of our oaths of office that will allow these globalists to walk into town and start to demand orders of people in office. Javier Becerra, HHS secretary, the bane of my existence, he doesn't even have an oath of office. So that's a problem. My call to action is everybody get to know where your podium is in town. I have 3 of them. I've got one at the Chico School Board. There's an open podium every actually it's the 1st and 3rd Wednesday of the month at 6 p.m. I go down there and there's an open podium where I can speak for up to 3 minutes on anything not on that agenda. And I do that in addition to, I speak to a lot of items on the agenda. They videotape it onto YouTube. I then screenshot it and I then throw it back out because these idiots, I'm going to wait for a year to vote them out of office, but I can embarrass them in the meantime. My Chico school or city council meeting, 1st and 3rd Tuesdays of the month at 5 p.m. I'm downtown at the city of Chico City Hall. Again, 3 minutes. They call business from the floor. You speak on anything. And now they know me by name. If I don't show up for a meeting, the next meeting, they're like, hey, Julie, where you been? So yeah, I mean, it's, it's a grind. It's a battle. I don't always like to go in there, but I do. And then at the county, that's the biggest place where I go advocate. And I find my voice there. And that's the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays at 9 a.m. And I go in there. My advocacy is I advocate for the vaccine injured. And now that I've got my little spiel down, I can walk up there and go, hey, my name is Julie Threed. I'm here to advocate for the vaccine injured, me being one of them. And here's what you need to do. And I pass them out information that gets delivered to them right there at their desk, because otherwise you send emails and there's gatekeepers, the whole nonsense. But you get them on recording. They hate being embarrassed. They don't like it at all. And then I come home and I do my screen recording. I put it on Rumble. I put it wherever I can. I clip it out everywhere because that's, the only last line of defense. So now when I go there, and again, tomorrow I can't go because they always take a meeting off in July as if they need a vacation. So it'll be on the 25th and I'll be like, hey, did you see Sound of Freedom? If you haven't seen it, I'm going to buy you a ticket. Sheriff Corey Honey, have you seen Sound of Freedom? What are you going to do in this county to stop the 47 brothels that are in Chico that are responsible for all this pedophilia and nonsense and garbage? Do you know that I saw a van at the downtown Chico farmers market that I had to call into the Chico PD because they were doing a bunch of nonsense, and luckily they got hauled off? Do you know that there's a Chico State professor that's been caught with pedophilia? What are you going to do about it, sir? And I would like to see an agenda item on my county agenda. I don't care about digital billboards. I want to see an agenda item that says, Sound of Freedom in Butte County. Here's what we're going to do about it. Here's the facts. Here's the figures. Here's the stats for our county. And then here's what we're going to do to attack it and fix it and not have it ever happen again. I'm tired of this nonsense. Done with this bullshit. Thank you for the stage. This group's amazing. And I'll drop back down.
Thank you, Brain Hawk. It's always nice to hear about all your work and your boots on the ground. We love it. All right, Miss Brandy, can you speak?
Oh, really quick, the one quote I wanted from the movie, since we're talking the movie, when Timoteo, Jim Caviezel's character, Tim Ballard, when he's going in front of that man, the money man, right, the rich guy, to say, hey, we need to buy a hotel, build a hotel. I want to get these kids freed. And the one thing that Tim Ballard said to this man, the pain is going to spread and meet the likes of you. And that's a nightmare that you're not going to want to wake from. And that got that man. I mean, it took another round of here's a picture of a little girl before that man coughed up some money. But I hope these money men, the Grant Cardones, the Steve Kirsches, the Elon Musks, they need to start ponying up a big bunch of money to rescue children and do all that aftercare that Brandy's going to tell us about next.
Okay, so let's give Brandy a minute. If she doesn't open her mic, she is, I believe, at work. So we're going to keep Brandy in her spot, and let's go ahead. Blood, you haven't spoken. Go ahead, sir. Let me read your Bloodbot child. Can you hear me?
Yes, prodigal son. I wasn't used to somebody calling me that.
Sorry.
I'm here in Fruita, Colorado. Just walking around, I'm broke down. I drive a truck over the road, most of y'all know. And I happened to see a sheriff just sitting there. And I thought, well, is he? Because I was sitting outside on a big rock, just listening to the space. And I thought, well, is he thinking that I'm a threat or something? Because I'm out here, hitting my vape, not a marijuana vape, just a vape. And so I walk into the motel, and then I walk back out to the side door, and I go talk to him. And I bring awareness to him about the movie, The Pedo Bear. He got to talking to me pretty openly, and he said a lot of things that we see is, he was actually sheriff deputy in Las Vegas, Clark County. And he told me a little story about that, and kind of opened his eyes a little bit to, what all was going on. And I asked him if he'd heard about the movie. He sat there and thought. He said, matter of fact, one of my buddies that works with me mentioned that. I said, you need to go see it. I said, if you've got Twitter, there are all kinds of free tickets out there. I said, let everybody know. I said, let the sheriff know that, and I told him about, Truckers Against Trafficking, and I was involved in magamission.org, and he seemed very, very, very receptive. We had a 20-minute conversation about a lot of this.
Thank you, Prodigal,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry I called you the wrong name. My screen is just flipping fast. Go ahead, sir. Ice.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that laughing emoji. That was Fat Fingers. Absolutely was not laughing about this issue. Just wanted to clear that up.
I didn't even see it.
Well, you probably weren't looking, brother.
I think we all have fat fingers here. Marlon, did you have a word, sir?
No, please go on. A couple other people have been waiting a little bit. Then we'll
All
talk.
right. Luna, please.
Super. Thank you, guys. I really enjoy everybody coming together and talking about this. It's so important. I put a picture of my car in the bubble. This is how I drive around my town. People will stop you. They'll pick up their phone, and you look in the rearview mirror, and they're talking on the phone, taking pictures, and it does cause conversation. And that's what I'm all about. That's how I rattle the cage. So, couple of things. I saw Sound of Freedom about 4 years ago because I was down the rabbit hole a long time ago. And if you think about those kids that are being taken, they're going straight to the border with coyotes. So the movie's been out, what, 5 years? How many years have we lost? And this is why you really need to advocate for closed borders. You know, to me, the fact that there is an appetite for this is where we need to shoot our arrow. Because why is this appetite so strong? Why is the money behind it so high? I saw another post yesterday that they're selling shoes on Walmart for $5,000, size 6, color pink. They're still pulling that shit on the website. But what is happening to our men in our society that they're degraded? So they're honestly degraded so badly that they're not fighting for the women and children of our society, that they're not standing up, that what's going on? So all of the guys here, please, I really would love to see the honorable men get together and really put a shield over this. I really would. If you've heard me speak before, you know my fights with CPS, mainly in Oklahoma. I can't stand the state. It's so corrupt. I have a complaint sitting on the governor's desk, and he has not responded to me. And I also had a complaint because I'm a Florida resident that went right up to Ashley Moody, and I was told never to call this office again. So they don't care. They are an evil, evil corporation, system, privatized corporation, whatever you want to call it. Each state is different. Louisiana, I do know Sylvia Beachy. She was an angel to me when I was going through the 5 police officers removing my granddaughter. She was with me in lockstep. She's an amazing person who recognized the quota systems in the CPS world and said, wait, I have to go out and find children in order for me to keep my job. And that was what Nancy Schaefer was talking about. And back in the day, and why she ended up dead, actually. So it's a really sad thing. And I find that it's the judges in this particular situation that are the biggest problem. I really think that when you get your ballot, the first thing you do is zero in on the judges on that ballot. Forget the top of the ticket. We all know what's going on up there. You need to go see what these judges are doing. And if any of the judges, I've said this before, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, but maybe there's no people here. But if any of the judges say, oh, vote for me, it's my 4th term, get the hell out. You are tired. You are lazy. You are complicit. You've seen so many broken families, which, by the way, you caused. I actually heard a judge one time tell parents who were crying, you're stellar parents. And I thought, what? These people are suffering. Why would you do that? These people need to go. You need to study who they are. You need to see who's funding their campaign. You need to look at that. This is important. The judges have no accountability. And when they have no accountability, it's run amok. And by the way, I mean, there are several examples. One of them is Wendy Miller out in California. By the way, there's a good attorney out in California called Sean McMillan who does a podcast, and he's worth looking into. He is on Twitter, and he breaks down CPS. I wish he was in every state, but he's not. And I met him through Sylvia Beachy also, who was an amazing person. I wish she would come on. The judges are the problem. And I really wish that everybody would just take a minute to learn who the judges are and what they're voting for. I just want to say something about the sheriffs, okay? I live in West Palm Beach. I could see Mar-a-Lago from my house. That's something I always say. It's a joke, but I'm very close. And when the Epstein issues were going on, you got to remember there were 2 islands. The people here didn't know about Epstein Island at the time. I'm talking about the early 2000s. But they did know that girls who were poor from West Palm Beach area, Royal Palm Beach High School, Boynton Beach High School. These girls who were poorer, right? I mean, they were from middle class families. Would go to the island for modeling opportunities. So the reason I bring that up is because we all heard about Sheriff Israel, who was part of the Parkland situation, and even Isaac Cappy when he did that video about, I know a couple of Florida boys, the Sheriff Israels of the world. Well, they would know when these girls are in trouble in CPS, and they would ring a ding ding up the Palm Beach County Police Department, which is different, Palm Beach Island rather, different than mainland, and they would let them know who's vulnerable. And these girls would go over there. So there was a huge racket happening back then. And Alex Azar knew about it. These people knew about this. And I hope everybody knows who I'm talking about when I say that. And it is a system, like the girl was talking about the machine. It is a machine. And if they do sell your children for money, if there are so many criteria that they have, and Sylvia could probably talk to this better than I can, but if a parent is incarcerated, that child's worth more money. If the child has ADD, they get a bigger check. The foster care system is corrupt. They're kidnapping for profit. Those people are kidnapping for profit when families are fighting for their children. Listen, I have one broken family, less $80,000. A mom who is like, can't believe what her country has come to. My son who's fighting tooth and nail for his daughter. And I'll never have another holiday the same because we're just destroyed at this point. And that is the point, destroy the family. So please do something. And I really am afraid that after the chatter of the Sound of Movie settles down, people will become complacent and they're not going to take the action. So people like Brandy, like Warrior, everybody out there, please connect with these people. You have to do something. You have to hold these people accountable. They are all, first of all, they're all in on it together. It is a huge wall that you're up against. And you just got to start picking at it one by one. And together we'll get it. But, don't fade away. Please come back. Don't fade away. It's so important. There are so many children that need help. And I thank you for the mic and I thank you for listening. So who are these people that work in these positions? Like the CPS workers that are unlike Sylvia Beachy and left and became a whistleblower. Or like Tara Rodas, who just became a whistleblower and goes to Congress and talks and then nothing happened. It was like next day news cycle. Where's Tara? Where's her story? She just said 85,000 kids are missing. Nothing happened. Like, that's how big the machine is. So we just got to keep on going and going. Introduce your neighbor. Because like Louisiana was saying, not everybody's awake to this. That's why I drive around town. By the way, I'm a real estate agent. I have my magnet on the side of the car. So if you want to call me, you could call me. I really don't care. You want to talk about it? You want to pull over and talk about it? I don't care. I am bringing this message out and everybody's going to know about it. So please don't fade away. Find somebody with like interests that you can support and get with them, whether it's your school system or going to the county. I love that idea, Brandy, going up to the podium and speaking, because they do hate being on film and they know they have to be held accountable. And just, we have to keep on doing something. Keep these spaces going so we have strength. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Luna. And if Brandy, if she's not ready to speak, I'm going to just speak on this. CPS, this is what people are talking about. This is real. My family has gone through this personally. They tried to take my nephew years back. They kept telling us they're going to put him in a home that's not family. And we were like, wait a second, why? We're a big family. We have people that can take him. My niece couldn't raise him. But we had plenty of people in line with the family to take them. No, we'd rather put them in a non-family environment. Well, we fought them. We spent the money. We fought him. We went to court and we got him. Now he is an adult, a young adult, and they are doing the same things with his children. They're trying to basically, in the States, if you're poor, you don't deserve to have a child. They throw everything at you, and they're not as helpful as they're supposed to be. They're not trying to keep the family units together. They are trying to destroy them. And I'll just say it again, my family has lived this. It is real. It is very real. Mr. Marlin.
So, I don't know if Brandy is ready or not. And to Luna's point, Luna, we've been talking about this for months. And poor Warrior, my man has been through the gauntlet with this, right? And not only that, there's also people out there destroying the message. How can this be possible? I don't know how it can be possible. It's never going to be destroyed in this room. And I'm going to tell you right now, Luna, we are never going to stop. Yeah,
I
don't
love
care
that,
what
Marlon. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen, Marlon.
I think too, quickly, that their plan on the way that they released this first movie is to get more and more into it. And I think, that's where Mel Gibson's going to come in on the scene, where he has been posed this crazy nut for 20 years. We didn't want to believe it. And now who's the right guy? So Luna, we are never going to stop. I am going to support Warrior until they suppress me into canceling my account, and I will make another one. So that's what we're going to do.
Can I just say one thing about what Jamie said about the reoccurring generation? They purposely, and if you think they don't know this, they know it. They purposely keep you in this cycle of terror and destruction. And if they know that the parent that has the problem is, they're going to give that child to that parent because they know that they're going to see you back again. And why wouldn't they give the child to Jamie's family? Because there's no money in it. There's money when they give it to a stranger, give the child to a stranger. That's why they do that. They're not going to make any money when Jamie has her nephew. That's why they do it. It is a monster. It is the follow the money. That's the thing.
Yes, Luna, let me just speak on that. So the money continues. Even after you do finally get the adoption done, they make you sign contracts in California to keep them within the system. So then they monitor you from there on out. They are at your house checking constantly. This is after the adoption is final. So it's sick. The system is sick. It's astonishing. Let me really comment real quick. I did post another post about the AMC theater. We had somebody come up to talk, Diligent. They didn't speak, but they posted about the AMC theater. I will fight against any theater that is playing any games or trying to deter people from seeing this. So I did go ahead and put another post off about that.
So Jamie,
Brandy, are you? Yes.
Hold on 1 second. And we'll see if Brandy, I don't know if she can give us thumbs up when she's ready. And okay. We're ready anytime she is. But Jamie, they did that to the theater that I was in. Okay, so she's not ready. So just give it a couple more minutes. We'll go to a couple hands. The theater had no AC in it. It smelled. It was hot. People left it. Okay, there was a girl who did this on TikTok, right? She did this over the weekend, saying that the movie theater said it was sold out, and they went there and there wasn't a soul in the movie theater. So there is no advertisement for this movie anywhere. So to exceed $40 million in 1 week, exceed every other blockbuster hit, that just shows us right there that the awareness is happening. And I don't think this time, Luna, I don't think they're going to be able to put a lid on it.
Yeah, and as you can tell, Marlon, it didn't matter what they did. I wasn't leaving, and I'm going to go back again. And just so we know, let's not get overly excited about the empty seats. There are rich people out there buying blocks of seats just to get the money to the organization. So it's not all as it appears. So let's be a little level-headed about that as much as we can.
One more thing before we go on. And there was some concern of younger girls, younger boys seeing this movie. Well, I can tell you right now that there's been enough smoke around Pink and Victoria's Secrets. All these startup bras actually had trackers in them. Okay. The woman tore them apart in front of me. I seen it happen. So if you don't want to educate your child
if you think it's going to be too much. But I think the director did a great job. That, that's the reason that they rated it PG-13. Okay, I'm not saying, hey, I'm telling you to go take your child, but I think you should really think about it. I think these children are going to grow up with this, and I think they need to be educated about it. I would take my 13-year-old to go see it.
100%, sir. So would I. I hope I'm saying your name right, Gatspa.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to share with you my experience with CPS and Child Protective Services in California. I had a friend, well, at the time she was my friend. She lost her children to CPS, and I found out later that she was dating a registered pedophile. And instead of taking her children's side on it, whatever, she took his side, and they all went into the system. They gave her time to rectify the situation. She had like a year or whatever, and she didn't. So anyways, in the meantime, I left California and I moved to Iowa. And then I heard about this. And so they contacted me, I guess thinking that I was family, because, the mother was, wanted me to take the kids, and the kids wanted me to take them. And I was like, absolutely. And so we started exchanging information, and then he was like, oh, it came up that I was living in Iowa. And he goes, yeah, I can't do that because, you're not family and you're not in the state. And I go, oh, okay. So this is about money, right? And he goes, oh, no. And I go, okay. He just wouldn't work with me. So I was worried about them going into the system. And this is like, 20 some odd years ago that this happened. And I knew about child trafficking, and I knew about Planned Parenthood. So I kept calling, and they had to give me their contact information because I was a known friend of the family. And so I just kept calling, and they would change homes, and I would get their new information, and I just kept calling them and checking on them. And, and then eventually they changed their social worker, and then, they just kept transferring me around, and I wasn't able to get their information. But I don't know what happened to the other 3 kids. They're all on drugs, and they're just a mess. Or the other 2 kids, sorry. But the oldest one, I am, in fact, my youngest son is staying with her for a few weeks in California right now, and she's got a great job. She's doing really well. She managed to make it through the system, but her siblings just, they're all just a mess on drugs, and I don't know what happened to them. I can't even talk to them. So she can't even talk to them. It's just, they're really, really bad. So it's just very sad what they do to those kids, even, they won't even let a friend of the family take care of them. Like they want them in that system so badly. It's just sad. And then if I have time, I'd like to share one more quick story, if that's okay.
Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. So I have a friend that works for the child system in Oregon. I don't know exactly what it's called. It's a different name out there. But there's a 16-year-old kid that they're putting up at a hotel. And he raped his sister, and he raped his cat, the family cat. He didn't get convicted for any of it, so they won't put him in a home, and they won't put him away because he hasn't been convicted of anything. But he talks about how he fantasizes about raping and killing women, and he actually escaped a couple of times, and he ended up he escaped during the winter time, and it was snowing, and so he ended up turning himself in because he was cold. And they found his backpack, and he had all this rope and duct tape and all this stuff in it, but here we are, we're paying to put this sick child. They won't convict him for raping his sister. They won't convict him for, having sex with an animal. And he's told, he's very straight up about it. He plans on raping and killing, he likes women that are a little bit older. So they have women, my friend has done it a couple times, stay with him. Everybody's with him. Somebody's with him 24/7, sitting in that room, just staring at him, making sure he's fed and well cared for. And I'm just disgusted by it. I'm so sick and tired of all of this stuff that I hear about and see. It's just, it's absolutely just disgusting and foul. And anyways, thank you for listening to me vent. And it's a great channel. I love you. I love you all. I'm praying for everybody, and have a nice day.
Thank you for coming and sharing. Luna, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the speaker, I'm sorry, Gatsba, your friend who is a worker at this CPS or whatever they call it in Oregon, can you call that friend and say, hey, do they have quotas? Do you have to meet quotas? Do they have bonuses at the end of the month? And if they do, what does that look like for you? That is Cash for Kids. So if there's any kind of structure in her work environment, that is follow the money. And anybody who may have a mental health license, I mean, I don't know if anybody would want to go this far, but apply to CPS. Go look at how it works. Be a whistleblower. Be a hero. Tell everybody what's going on there, like Sylvia did. But ask your friend, what's going on with do you have quotas? Do you have bonuses? Do they give you a year-end bonus? That's Cash for Kids.
I will ask her that. I mean, I know she gets overtime for babysitting him, but she's a receptionist. She doesn't have any, access to any kind of accounting stuff. But she is moving upstairs, so I'll definitely ask her about that. I don't know what she's going to be working on upstairs, but I think she's kind of a catch-all, which might put her in her position to see something like that. So yeah, I'll definitely find out what kind of friend she is at the very least. But yeah, I will ask. That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
Go, Marlon. Marlon, can you hear me? Real quick while we hope Marlon comes back in here. I will add another note to what happened with my nephew in California. They also required us to consistently see their chosen doctor for him, a psychiatrist, and a majority of his life he was on 5 psychiatric drugs. It wasn't until I moved him to a different state with his children, because I just needed to get him out of there, that we got him off all of those meds. He is about 7 years out on those, I believe, and he said his head is still clearing up. So it's another method they use to keep them not acting right and within their grasps. Marlon, are you there, sir? Okay, we're going to wait for Marlon, and we'll go ahead. Melissa, please.
Thank you for letting me back in. We were dropped out. We've moved 3 times now, I think, have we? From pages. Kept dropping, getting kicked out there earlier. But just for that, what that lady said, it's something like what I have done in community work. And I tried looking for training here in Ireland to what they supposedly put in place, which was called MEHL, which was like an in-between that voluntary workers would help keep the family and children together and get them all the supports they needed. So that's what I do as a volunteer worker. But I found terrible resistance in giving me the training. They didn't want, I'm a lone parent myself, and it's like they didn't want me in there. They didn't want me knowing. I had to go way over their heads to their top bosses in Dublin and say, where's this training? I'm registered, I'm everything, insured, everything to do this. And I eventually, the people down south eventually kind of said, fine, then we'll give it to you, because I had to go over their heads. And after that, I found they just didn't want us there. They didn't. So I still do this. I work with the public. I'm a volunteer worker. And a lot of people whose children are taken off them. I'm a lone parent advocate for both men and women here in Ireland. And the amount of children being taken here is just surreal. There's just reports coming out here all in the last 3 days. There's another, just in the last couple of months, the children that went missing, 1,000 children have gone missing in state care while under these people are child protection people. It's very corrupt here in Ireland. People that try and fight for their children actually end up being jailed. We have a lady jailed here at the moment fighting for her child to get him back from the child protection, and she has now been jailed. So they've started this, what they call in-camera rule. I don't know if you have that there, and anything to do with children, and they're saying it's to protect the children, but really it's to stop the parents speaking out or to get help or to get the information out to the public. I've had a lady come to me recently. Her son was taken about 14 months ago. Just her partner was missing with him. I think he's slight intellectual disabilities. I'm a disability advocate also. And he got a bruise, and the teacher rang the child protection when he was in school. And he said, yeah, he was messing with me and he bruised me, and the child was taken. The horrific story that comes since the child was taken about 14, 15 months ago. This is in-camera rule here. So I have to be careful what I'm saying for the protection of that child and the whole family. But basically the mum came to me and she showed me all this 10-year-old's school reports. He was doing fantastic at school. He loved geography, loved history, loved animals. He was well able to read, and he could go to the toilet by himself. She did fight for just access, so she gets bare access supervised. The mum did, even though the mum didn't do anything. And the grandma and the sister get to see him. Very little, maybe for an hour, and under supervision and wherever they decide, really. So the mother came to me in an awful state. Her son, has been moved to 18 different homes in 14 months. 18, lads. God knows where he's been. He's now wears a nappy, and he's given sleepers at night time. So this is the state. So I have put in an investigation as to that child's care while in care. And while that man was sitting in front of me, because I rang the social workers, rang everyone. Next minute, the social worker was nice enough with me, and he explained everything about the state the child was in. I think he knows. And then his boss rang me, screaming at me. This is in camera. You can't speak about it. No one can know about it. You can't talk about it. And I was so shocked at her response, because I am trained to do this. And next minute, the mother sitting in front of me, gets an email from a solicitor threatening her because she spoke to me. And that child is out there in 18 different homes, completely abandoned, and being given the drugs is a big thing with them. And not to forget, all those children were vaccinated without their parents' consent while in care. Every child in Ireland in care was basically had no choice. They were all vaccinated. So that's what we're dealing with here in Ireland. Mammy's been fighting for their kids. Are actually jailed because of this in-camera rule. So it's protecting themselves, not the children, because it's very clear this child is not being protected. So everyone get involved at any corner that you can in your local areas, in any way you can. And let's let these people know we're not giving up. 1,000 children went missing in Ireland in 12 months while in care. The sexual assaults on the women and children and the sex trafficking. We are now, a US report on Ireland have ranked us one of the top Western sex trafficking areas. Ireland, our beautiful Ireland, is now one of the top, and that came out of a US report this week, 2 days ago actually. So it's pretty horrific what's going on worldwide, and we all have to do our bit. So thank you for listening to us from the Emerald Isle.
Thank you, Melissa. We've got Marlon back. Go ahead, Marlon.
So real quick, I want to go and then Susie, and then I want Brandy to speak on something. You know, we're doing these spaces and we are talking about it. And, you know, even to your point, Melissa, and we have Kiwi, and we have people from all over the planet in this space, right? We realize that this is no way just an American problem. So, we have to understand though, we can't become vigilantes. We can't go out and try and attract these people, just like, Brandy was concerned that people were going to go, take things into their own hands to go bust out people's windows with the adventure bear on it. We can't do that. And I'll be honest with you, I want to turn to Brandy because she's going to lay down step by step, if what to do when you find out you have a missing child. So Brandy, I see you have your hand up. Thank you.
All right, Marlon, thank you. And thank you guys for having patience. I'm at work, but this is definitely my duty right here. Cannot miss this space. So get your notepad, guys. I want to tell you what to do if a child goes missing, your child specifically, or a loved one, right? Because this is something that we need to know what to do. So the first thing I want you to do right now, though, is to get some information from your child as far as their height, their weight. You want to know what their birthmarks are on their body. What scars do they have? All the details that you can on your child. Write that down now. Remember years ago, and yes, I'm dating myself, but a lot of us in this space remember when they had the child ID cards, and we thought it was so cool for our parents to get us one. All right, well, you need to get your child one, but you're going to keep it. You're not going to put it on the child. So you want all that same information, right? Anything you can write down about them for identification purposes, do it. One of the things I like to share too is, even though I have an 18-year-old, before he walks out that door, I see what he's wearing. I know what his shirt looks like. I know what his shoes look like. I know what his pants look like. Guys, you got to have a photographic memory, for real. I don't remember who shared it yesterday, but I'm going to say this. I want to say it was Prang maybe, or Jamie. Someone mentioned in a space we were in that what you should do is have your child walk in front of your Ring doorbell and pretend like they're on a little pageant, right? Have them walk in front of it and turn around, because it's going to snap. You're going to get that video of what your kid's wearing, so you're actually not even going to have to remember. You got a video of it. So I really, really like that idea. Thank you for that, whoever had shared it. Next thing is going to be beforehand, go ahead and vet your area local officials. Who can you call that is already acting when people go missing? If a child goes missing, the last person you want to call is the person that tells you, oh, they probably ran away. Give them 24 hours. They'll be home. Nope, not going to take that for an answer. You want to find who's going to respond immediately right now. You can look in your paper. You can see who is going out and finding the kids. Okay, so I want you to vet your people so that you know if this happens, you know exactly who to call. I would start with your sheriff office. Again, you've heard in here that sheriffs do have more authority and responsibility, and they do. They just sometimes don't know it. So reach out to them now and vet them yourself. All right, so once a child does go missing, the first thing I have to tell y'all, and I need you to listen, goes back to what I just said about them coming back in 24 hours. No, do not take that for an answer, because the first 24 to 48 hours is the absolute crucial time. Seriously, it's extremely crucial. Think about how far someone can get in 24 to 48 hours in a vehicle. So as soon as you realize someone is gone, I don't care if you think they ran away, report them immediately. Doesn't matter. Report it. The second thing I want you to do is I want you to find a PI firm, a PI team in your area that you can get on it immediately. And I'm going to explain to y'all why, and I need you to hear me. There was a girl that was abducted from the Dallas Mavericks event center when there was a basketball game last year. And she comes from a very influential, I'm going to call socialite family. And she was grounded, so they took her phone away, and she went to the bathroom. And when she went to the bathroom, when she came out of that bathroom, she got taken. Someone grabbed her, and they walked off with her and left, right? And they forced her away. She was put into sex trafficking. Within, and I say numbers a lot, so I don't want to misquote, but within 2 days, I can tell you she was trafficked over 5 times. And the event center did not want to move quickly enough to release their video footage of the arena. right? So what happened was a lot of time was lost in this girl. It was not, the event center video was not pulled so they could see where she went. There was a lot of, let's just say, twiddling fingers for a while on where do we look for her. And the video is the first place they should have looked. Once it was pulled, they found who took her, and they had a facial recognition, and we were able to immediately find her on the dark web. We were involved in this case. Once they found her on the dark web, it took them a few weeks to actually locate where she was. Again, remember, they didn't move quick, okay? So this is why you got to report and start moving immediately, having someone move on it immediately. Once they did find her in the hotel she was in, they were able to track her down to the hotel, did not know what room she was in. So for another few days, she was trafficked, and they knew she was in the hotel, but could not get to the room she was in. So I say all of that story to say, do not wait on someone else. Report it immediately. If there's going to be footage, video footage, a PI team can demand that and request it, and they will get it quickly. So that's why I say contact a private investigation firm immediately after you report to authorities. And heaven forbid, if you get in a situation and you don't know who to call when it comes to a PI team, my DMs are open. I will do my best to get you to someone who will help you. Hold on one second. I know it might be a little loud. Okay, I'm at work and they're rolling past me with trash cans. Make sure that you're getting to that PI team, guys. That's most crucial, because you don't want your child to end up in another country by the same time they decide to respond because they think they may have ran away. It's just not worth taking that chance. So thank y'all guys for your patience. Marlon, I know it was touch and go to get me up here to talk, but it's extremely important, guys, for us to know what to do if our child goes missing. And, you know, this is something, too, that your loved ones need to share. You need to share with your loved ones. If you wrote the notes down that I just said, pass that on to your loved ones. They don't need to have to worry about who to call, what to do, what did their kid have on. Like, all these things can be prepared for, right? Like I said, my 18-year-old, I see what he wears before he goes out the door. So I'm going to stay up here for some questions. I do have about 5 more minutes on my break. And then I'm going to have to go back down to listener. But again, guys, please go watch the movie. Take friends, go to angel.com, get a free ticket for a friend if they can't afford it. Take a group. They got group rates on angel.com too. I did that this weekend. But just make sure you're using the time to facilitate this. See, let me say this. I am excited about this movie, and here's why. Because when I'm talking about people about sex trafficking in the real world, they look at me like I'm freaking crazy. They look at me like that doesn't happen here. They don't realize we have 10 brothels in our own town. So whenever you are wondering if it's happening, reach out to me. I can tell you about your city and state how many brothels you got in your town. There is trafficking going on. One more thing, I'm going to be quiet. This just popped in my head. I think God wants me to say this. If you've got Airbnbs, if you've got Airbnbs, if you've got RVs, if you've got truck stops, you've got trafficking, okay? And I got to go. Thank y'all so much. And I love y'all for listening.
Thank you, Brandy. Go ahead, Susie. I'm sorry, dear.
No, I wanted Brandy to go first anyhow. I've got a story, a heavy story, that's going on right now in my life. And I must say, Brandy has helped me out immensely, but it's kind of a long story. So if you'll bear with me, the kid that we adopted, she's 12 now, was raped by her mother's boyfriend when she was 7. But she was so afraid to say anything because he had threatened to kill her mother, etc. She didn't say anything until it all came blurting out when she was 10. So 3 years, right? This guy's gone now. It was gone already. The next day, I was on the phone with the police and got her into counseling immediately. And and they took her testimony, and the cops, you know, took the case to the grand jury, and the grand jury indicted the guy. Okay, so now we're at grand jury indictment, right? Which he's out of state now. And so what did the local sheriffs do? Well, we let, you know, I let them know. I said, I'm pretty sure he's in Colorado. I said, well, we'll let Colorado know, and we, you know, we can put out a bolo on him. I found out where he was, his address, and I sent that to the local sheriffs in an email and a phone call. And he's like, okay, I'll send this on over to Colorado and let them know, and they'll put out a bolo on him. So I waited because, you know, I'm stupid and had faith in my local police department, right? I had called them many times. And finally one day I was like, you know what? F this. I'm calling Colorado. So I called the Parker, Colorado Police Department and asked them if there was a warrant out for this guy. Oh, and yeah, he had a warrant out. Asked them if there was a warrant out. And they said, well, we can't confirm that. And I said, well, let me just tell you. Here's his address. Here's where he is living. And this needs to be taken care of. And she's like, ma'am, I'll call you back. Within an hour, Parker police were on the phone with me. And they were at the house. There was nobody there. But they did a little thing. They kind of went around and talked to some busybody neighbors and said, hey, give us a call when he shows back up. So, you know, I waited and waited and waited. And I don't know, sometime that evening on Eastern time, I called back Parker, Colorado Department. And they said, ma'am, they are over there right now handcuffing him. We will have an officer call you back. And sure enough, the officer did call me back. He was awesome. And I tell you, one of the things that he said, because I was so happy and so relieved, he said, you know, we don't get to talk to the victims and the victims' families very often and have good news. So boom, he was in jail. He was in jail in Colorado for quite a while before we could get him extradited here to Tennessee. And we watched every court hearing on Zoom calls. The state of Tennessee kind of dragged its feet on getting the extradition papers in. So, of course, I was on the phone with the state of Tennessee screaming at them. It's like, you need to get these papers in now, you know. Got the papers in, got him extradited here. So he's sitting in jail here. I can't remember how long it was. And we heard from the district attorney, and they asked us to come down. So we went down to the district attorney's office, and he proceeded to tell us that they weren't sure they had enough of a case, even though this kid had given graphic detail of what had happened. But because and I'm going to use a cuss word here, because the fucking sheriff didn't do their job. They didn't do, you know, even though it was because it would have been 3 years, they didn't do a rape kit. But they could have done a rape kit. They could have checked to see if her hymen was still intact. At the very least, they didn't do that. The DA basically told us that this was a he said, she said case, and that the best they could do was give him an aggravated assault. Because they were afraid of losing the case, and frankly, I was afraid of losing it too, because if we lost, then he didn't get anything. And so aggravated assault is a felony. So if he offends in any way, he goes to jail forever or for a long time. So we go down there to this meeting, and he's telling us this, and I mean, I was pissed. I was pretty much speechless. And I'm one of these people, it takes me a minute to, I get into logistics mode, and I needed to think about what to do. So I made an appointment and went back down and saw him the next week. And we talked about monetary, I can't think of the word. Anyhow, to get him for monetary stuff. And I threw out the number, I think you should pay $50,000. Well, ma'am, we're not going to be able to do that. I said, what about 10? He said, that I think we can do. It'll be aggravated assault, time served, $10,000 that he'll have to pay back, $200 a month. And then we can even revisit that number if she still needs counseling. Well, of course she still needs counseling. Okay, so fast forward to he gets a court date, and we were in court, and they had and his family was in there supporting him. Those sons of bitches. And the other thing is, this guy had he had a divorce from his wife in Washington State, where he was denied all visitation and had a restraining order because apparently he may have molested his own 2 daughters. So we go to court, and he was supposed to be the last one to come up because I had a statement to make. But I went up to the district attorney and I said, bring him up in alphabetical order, because I wanted all the other inmates to know what this guy did. Because they're all sitting in there, right? All the inmates are up for their little thing. So I made sure the courtroom was still packed when he came up. And I had a little, 1.5 page speech that I gave. And I essentially ripped the court, the district attorney's office, the pedophile, his family. I ripped them all a new asshole. I was pissed. And I told the judge, I said, you've got right here, you've got another Ted Bundy. You've got another Jeffrey Dahmer. You've got another guy who has been arrested by the police and they have let him go. And he's going to reoffend. And I reiterated all the things that I had to do to make all of this happen. That I was the one that got the work done because the fucking sheriff didn't get the work done. Well, needless to say, at that point, the judge had already signed off on everything. And he's like, ma'am, I feel your passion, and I won't be surprised if we see him in here again, and, blah, blah, bullshit, blah, blah. Needless to say, I kept my weaponry at home that day because I am a responsible gun owner and I did not want to do something stupid. And I didn't. And so, boom, he's gone. He's out of the state. Okay, more long story. The DA called me recently because again, he wasn't paying. It had been 5 months and he wasn't paying. He hadn't paid a dime. So I'm on the phone with the district attorney. Actually, I was on the phone with his parole officer. The parole officer is like, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to send out a request to his parole officer in Colorado and have him rearrested and got back down here. He goes, but I need to talk to the DA first. What does the DA do? Well, let's send them a letter, or let's send them an email and see if we can get him to do this, and then if he doesn't, then we'll rearrest him. Well, he sent a check for $1,000 or whatever it was, and then again 2 months later I had to call them back and say, hey, this asshole isn't paying. And they got after him again. Then I get a call. This was just a couple of weeks ago. I got a call from the district attorney. And he said, ma'am, I think that there's been some confusion about what he owes. And I said, okay. He thought I had gone down to the office and talked to them. He says, you've gone down to the office and talked to them, and you should have talked to me. Well, I said, no, I didn't go down to the office and talk to them. I was on the phone with them and via emails. And he said, well, the agreement on his court papers is that he pays $3,600 total, not $10,000, not $50,000, $3,600. Well, Susie got pissed, and I ripped the DA a new asshole again. So there was that. So to further the story, the kid I've made the mistake of allowing her on Roblox because all of her little friends at school were on Roblox, and they're supposed to be playing Roblox and, little community stuff. Well, because she's traumatized, obviously, she is looking for acceptance from anybody that'll give it to her, right? And sure enough, she was in a private chat with some dude, and She asked if she could give him our phone. Oh, she told me that she had met him at camp. Can I talk to him on the phone? I'm like, fuck yeah, man. She was at Bible camp. She's met somebody. Woohoo. So they talked on the phone, and then they were texting back and forth. And I went and looked at the texts. First words out of his mouth are, send me a picture. And he had sent her some pictures, and he looks relatively young. But who knows? Who knows if those are even pictures of himself or not? And apparently, she did send him a picture. And I'm not talking about a clothing picture. I'm talking about a picture of her butt. Or worse. I'm not sure because she deleted the picture. He was encouraging her to delete the conversation, and she said no, because she'll check. And so then I got onto her computer, and I looked through her emails, and sure enough, he had emailed her, and the first thing out of his emails were, send me a picture. Here's how you do it. Use your computer, blah, 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 blah. Take a picture that way. So now I have this guy's email, which I didn't have. So I didn't have it. I actually got on the phone with Brandy. Brandy told me what to do. And I contacted the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I got on the phone with Crime Stoppers. I left a message for my sheriff, and he called me back while we were on vacation, so I need to circle back with him. I don't know what he's going to do. And I got on the phone, or I left a message with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And in the meantime, I had found this email. And then while I was gone on vacation, the kid was elsewhere and had said, hey, to her, she was at her mom's. She said to her mom, hey, let's play Fortnite together. And, she would be in one room and her mom would be in the other. And yeah, we can play Fortnite together. Well, as soon as she got on Fortnite, she sought out these same people, or they sought her out and she landed in there, whatever. And the next thing you know, I'm getting a text message from somebody else. Hey, I met her at camp and I just want to talk to her. So I got on the phone with the guy. I'm like, I want to know, who you are. And he allegedly handed the phone to his father. I think it was his father. I don't know, but it all seemed on the up and up. Well, the kid's mom started going through the chats, and again, it's send pictures, and she got the guy's name and his Facebook, and he's a graduate from high school, so he's at least 18 now. So now I've got two people that I have to go after. But I guess this long ass cautionary tale is, don't let your kids get on the internet, period. I mean, especially, when they're traumatized, they're damaged, they're hurt, their souls are hurt, and they are seeking attention any which way they can get it, negative or otherwise. And, as adults, we think, well, you think you wouldn't want to go in and do that, but that's not the case. They are attracted. It's just like alcoholism. It's just like drug addiction. It's all the rest of it. So when we told the kid that she would not be on the computer any longer, and why, and that these guys were probably grooming her, and that her ass was probably all over the dark web, she was very upset. And I talked to her about the, that frontal lobe, and the dopamine effects of everything, and of pornography and stuff. And she yelled at me that I think about sex all the time, 24/7. I can't stop thinking about it, blah, blah, blah. Now, this kid is 12, right? I was just then learning about this stuff. And it's so heartbreaking. And needless to say, there's lots of counseling involved. But I told her, I said, you can be as mad at me as you want to be, but I love you. And because I love you, I'm putting my foot down on this. When we do homeschooling and you need to be on the computer, you're going to be on my computer. You don't have access to the computer anymore. Computer's locked in the gun safe. And, but this is this is what we're dealing with. This is what these fucking groomers do, you know, is they just, oh man, it's rough. It's really rough. But I don't know. I guess I just wanted to share that story. And, you know, if there's anybody out there listening and you're not sure what to do, get them off the internet first and see what you can do. And I'll land my broom there.
Well, hey, Susie, before we go to the next speaker, yeah, you know, we talk about the nefarious use of a program called Keylogger. You can install it on, if it's her, you know, her primary computer, and you will have the ability to see every keystroke that is made, no matter where she is, and then you can keep track of this in the background. She doesn't even have to know you're doing it. And then you can go on to utilize the data you've got to maybe give it to Brandy or V4CR, you know, and let them take a look at it and then decide the action. So there are ways that you can watch what goes on a computer that, like I say, we talk about them in a bad way. They can be used for good. There's also a lot of child monitoring software that is out there. I would be very careful where it's coming from, but there is also there are also programs that will run in the background and prevent posting of photos. They'll be considered blacked out and dimmed. She won't even know the software is there. So those are ways that you can actually protect her from the computer gangsters that are out there and the computer groomers. Just my 2 cents. Marlon, you've been jumping in and out, bro. Are you back? You might
I'm
be out
not
of the
sure if
truck.
you can hear us.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I'd like to say hi to our fearless leader down there, MAGA. Good morning. Maybe he woke up on a normal his side of the. Maybe he woke up on a normal time now. All right, let's go with Captain. Real quick, before you speak, Captain, I want to say something on what Susie said. I'm not sure how to say this, but okay, when you're in a victim, the psychological response is often you become an extrovert or an introvert. And so it is something that, like she said, you know, I think about it all the time. It's something that has to be broken, but they're not really extroverted. They're overcompensating because they have it is instilled in their mind that that's the only way they can get the proper attention. That's the only way someone's going to like them. So be careful not to judge someone for that, but just realize it in the psychological sense. Why are they that way? Why did it happen? Because that is the case. It's kind of like the flight or fight. Well, you also have the introvert extrovert when it comes to sexual abuse. So yeah, I just noticed that when she was talking about that. That's, you know, a definite example of that. And so if you understand the psychology of it, you because it could be taken wrong, like, wow, she's so sexual, was it her fault, blah blah blah. I've heard it all myself. So you got to be careful with that, and that's where it comes from. Brandy, you have your hand up and you're at work, so would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to throw in, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. I just want to throw in, y'all were talking about, you know, protecting the devices. We recommend Bark, B-A-R-K, just like a dog, Bark. Bark's going to be able to stop a lot of things. And again, they're not going to know that it was stopped. Actually, you know, depending on the age of the child, for instance, like Susie's, you know, granddaughter, she's going to know. But if they're a small child, they're not going to know that you put an app on their phone. Now, an older child, of course, because they're going to see that app pop up, you know, be on their phone now. But like in Susie's case, she's just going to have to explain to protect you, I have to do this, right? And luckily, she's got an open line of communication now, it seems, because how many children really do admit, if they've ever been abused, that they are truly thinking about it 24/7. So Susie, kudos, man. You jumped in my inbox so fast. You were on top of it. You did every single freaking thing you could, man. And I want to say thank you for your granddaughter's sake, for everyone's kid's sake, because now we know who one person is, and we will be able to warn everyone else around. I've sent you some DMs. Let's follow up later on that. I felt it was much deeper than we were being given the information, and we were right. But yeah, find Bark. Bark is very easy to find. You can just go and download the free one, or you can pay for it. And the pay for one is going to give you some more protection. It's going to allow you this is going to allow you to certain keywords. It's going to alert you immediately. It's going to send you a text, a email, whatever you set it up to. It's going to alert you when things are going down instead of after it happens. So we really recommend Bark for everyone.
Thank you, Brandy. Ice?
That's a fantastic program. And, one of the things you also want to think about, we're giving children cell phones at a younger and younger age. Back in my day, they didn't even exist. So, but now we have this threat and we have recognized it. You have the ability to put an administrative password on the phone that will keep the child from A, deleting the software, and B, having it corrupted in any way. So I would give that also a consideration for anyone in the room that's thinking about, oh, my child is saying all their friends have cell phones. Yeah, set that phone up the way you want it set up and then lock it. And the only person that has that password is you. So there's another thought on that one. I'm sorry, the light's going on. And I want to get this stuff out here. I'm writing stuff down like a madman. I can't even read my own writing right now. But yeah, Jamie, you got the hand, so go for it, madam.
Yes, I can't read my writing hardly either. I have a question for Brandy. I have a situation, a 17-year-old niece that has been communicating with a man. She was contacted through her gaming system by this man, and he tried to convince her to leave all of us and go to Florida. And well, her mother didn't do anything, but I did. I was like, excuse me, what? No, you're not going to go to some stranger's house in Florida. And I can't believe your mother has just allowed this. And then I proceeded to ream her ass, because that's just what needs to be done. And so I convinced her not to go. However, in the communications, I looked at her phone. In the communications, this man states that he has another girl there. So if I can get his information and give it to you, would you be able to maybe find out who this is? Or maybe. Okay, good. All right. I'm going to keep on this and try to get it. Captain, you're next.
Well, hey, Captain, hang on for a second. Marlon's back in the room, and I actually set this room up for him because he was having problems. So, Marlon, go.
Sorry, I didn't see you, Marlon.
No problem, Captain. Thank you. Listen, hey, I want people to recognize that, hey, there are actions coming out of these spaces. So it's not only just about the child trafficking, but, there's been many, many people that have come into these spaces and they're helping. So, to Lionheart's point and to everybody in this space, we are never going to stop this. This has to continue. It's never going to stop.
Exactly, Marlon. And in case you think it's weird that I said she's 17 and you think, well, she's old enough. My 17-year-old niece looks like she's 10. So that's why he likes her. Captain, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with a lot of the stuff that's been said in this room. I appreciate the people that are speaking up and speaking out. You guys must live in a very different area than I do, because in my area, if you report stuff, like I know we were talking earlier on, like reporting license plates or suspicious activity and things like that, they are apt to charge you with filing a false 911 call. If you speak out at a public meeting and they don't like what you're saying, they will charge you with disturbing the peace and arrest you. This stuff goes down, like I said, to the low man on the totem pole all the way to the high part. I know in one of the first rooms we started before we got crashed earlier, there was an article written about Larry Nassar getting stabbed or something in jail today. Most people are probably familiar with that scandal and what he was doing to the gymnast girls.
I had a discussion with my doctor about a month or two ago. The stuff that he got charged with doing was called pelvic floor massage, and he was trying to legitimize it medically. It's a non-medically necessary thing. I'll tell you this, after I had a discussion with my doctor, he agreed. He says no. He's like, they're trying to do what they call an ICD-10 on your medical records. If there's an ICD-10 after something that a medical provider does, that means it's a billable service. Few years back, I had went to the doctor, and of course, you know, you're trying to be honest with your doctor. You think you can trust them. And if you've been a victim of trauma and sexual abuse, like I have and others in this room have shared, in your demographic social history, that is disclosed in there. And a few years back, I just had that when I was growing up. They taught me that uh-oh feeling in your stomach. Like if somebody does something wrong and you have this uh-oh feeling, that's when you're supposed to tell somebody or you're not supposed to follow through with it. And I went for a medical exam, and one of the treatments they wanted to do was pelvic floor massage. And I literally almost vomited, and I just canceled the appointment, said no thanks. I'm not going to come back. But there's just a lot of bad stuff going on. You can't report it to anybody because, at least in my area, and like I said, it goes from the lowest man in the neighborhood all the way up to the top. I've been there. I've reported stuff. I've been retaliated against. I've been thrown in jail. And you can't say anything. There was an incident about 8-10 years ago. One of the public officials here was caught with child porn on his computer. And not only that, bestiality porn involved, and it was international. He had like translation books and stuff like that to translate the language, and there were checks and money orders and things like that involved. And he ended up being suicided. And nothing, you never heard any follow through of like, okay, so this happened and this was on the computer and whatever happened to the kids, it just, okay, he's dead now. He was suicided and you didn't hear anything. Case closed, nothing. But there's just, in my area, I went all the way up from the bottom, all the way up to the top. The Sexual Assault Crisis Center here in my town. Here's the sick thing. It's actually a scene of a crime where public officials, powerful person's family member had sexually abused people. And then like years later, that's where they moved the Sexual Assault Trauma Center. I had been receiving services through there prior to them moving. Once I found where they moved their location to, I stopped because it was traumatizing, because every time I'd walk into the office or whatever, I knew that a child was molested there, a girl was raped there, and it was very, very triggering. Also in my community, you have public officials that sit on the boards of the crisis center, of the mental health centers, of the systems. And so if you're being abused or you have knowledge about a powerful person doing stuff and you try to tell, they go and report back. And so there's no confidentiality, there's no safety, there's no security. I basically stay locked in my house 24/7. There's nowhere to go, you can't trust anybody, nobody does anything, you can't report anything, you can't say anything. So God bless you for those that are speaking out, because you can't in my area. They retaliate so bad and it's just so scary. Thank you.
Captain, I can hear the pain in your voice. I'm sending you a hug. I'm going to let Brandy speak to you because maybe she can help. Go ahead, Brandy.
No, I just want, I just want to say if she can send me where she lives, I would love to check into what's going on there. Thank you.
There we go. That's it. Awesome. Miss Luna. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you again. Captain, I'm sorry. I know you, and I didn't know that was part of your story, so I'm really sorry about that. Um, and you could come to Florida. Okay, there was a couple of things that were mentioned, and I'm having red flags go off everywhere. So you're talking about the pelvic massage. I am a licensed massage therapist as well as real estate, jack of all trades, master of none. Um, but it's very popular now to become a pelvic massage therapist. Everybody's doing it. And it's funny to me that you said what you just said, because I immediately went to the Out of Shadows movie, and Mike Smith said that that's the point where he discovered what was going on in Hollywood when he broke his back and he went to a pelvic floor massage therapist. So now I got another thing that I got to worry about, because now it's making sense, and that was another dot connected, and we got to ask ourselves why. The other thing is that somebody mentioned earlier about calling the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children. Well, if anybody follows Megan Walsh, she is publicly calling her father out as being part of the network, and that particular hotline was set up to traffic children. So I would be very cautious about using that service at this time. I have not made a decision myself. I'm just taking in data and processing it, because there's a lot out there. And like you were saying, you have to be able to trust these organizations, these apps, everything like that. You always have to use discernment, and you have to be able to know who's doing what. There's big money behind this, and there's big players behind this too, that are even generating AI as we speak, that we're not even going to talk about for the next 5 years, right? I mean, our issues are huge. But the other thing, speaking of social media and technology, do you all remember back like 3 years ago that Instagram comes out and they said, oh, we're guilty. We were running algorithms to make sure that young girls got addicted. We were putting ads in front of them so they stayed online. And we were really demeaning them because we were showing them all of the prettier girls than them and breaking down their spirit and making them insecure, right? They basically said that. Then recently, Instagram comes out and says, yep, sorry, we were trafficking people on our app. So it's like, this is on purpose. And I do believe, I personally, I'm sorry about your story and everything that happened. 12 is way too young to be running around with all that stuff. So I would be like, install app now. But, that is just, and they're tech savvy, and they know how to get around things. And the only thing that we can do is take it away from them. I didn't grow up with phones. I don't it's such emotional baggage. Do we know what we're doing to this generation? I mean, we're just screwing them up so bad. So I'm definitely going to look into that pelvic floor thing, because it is all the rage and the new modality that you do in the profession. And it was in that movie. And now I'm questioning a lot of things. So thank you, Captain Obvious.
Ice, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, our great psychoanalysts of the past, Freud and Jung, actually brought out a practice of how to treat hysteria, and it was being used in the psychiatric community in the 1800s. And yeah, it was probably something very similar to pelvic floor massage. Yeah, pretty disgusting even back then. But yeah, we've got a lot to thank. I just rewatched Contraland. For those that haven't seen it, it's free on YouTube. Look at the background. Let's see. I didn't realize that I'd watched it when it first came out. I forgot all about it. But now it should be brought to the forefront. This needs to be explained to every parent. Any parent that really gives a damn about their children. I mean, we know some that unfortunately are selling their children. So yeah, but check that out. And then if you haven't seen Sound of Freedom, by all means, I think that is a backup movie to it, so you can understand the depth and width of what is going on and what we are going to try to do together to make people aware, shine the light on this darkness. And oh, by the way, I'm not going to give out a name. And Brandy, sorry you weren't involved in this one, but we may have had one in our room that has since been reported to a few different agencies, and we are looking into them ourselves right now. For those that are into anime, and that's all I'm going to say about this person. One of the females in the room actually asked her daughter who does anime, and her daughter's answer was, "Oh yeah, that's that weird guy that we all don't talk to." Ding, 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 ding. Let that bell go off. Yeah. Well, already been reported to multiple state agencies, and they are starting to look into this person, from what I understand. So, thank you for everyone that has helped bring this to the world's attention. And as long as my co-hosts are good, this is too hot a topic to close this room down. I will keep it open as long as I can until my wife gets mad at me, at which case then, hey, family comes first, folks. But I'm in it. I'm in it until I run out of blood or bullets. That's just that simple. And thank you all for being here. Those that are listening, staying here. This is vital information. Pass it to your family. And by the way, if you notice that little red light up on top, I am quite sure that I can get my associate to do a rapid post to our World Wide Web, magamission.org site, so that we can get this out all over the world. We want to help. We want to do whatever we can. Anybody that's got any information, if you can't get it to Brandy, drop it to one of us. We'll see that it gets to the right place. This is, every time I start thinking about this, if you hear the shaking in my voice, it's the anger that this is going on in my country. And for those that didn't see Contraland yet, they actually busted an Army recruiter. So really, look at the movie. This is horrendous. We've got government officials that are involved in this. Whoever was just up, I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart right now. I think I'm having an aneurysm. But there are people that are in your own government that are actively silencing complaints about fellow personnel within the government. Make it known. Do whatever you have to do to get it out there. And I got to shut up again. Michael has been trying to get in all morning. Maybe you got a good enough connection now, Mike?
It ain't that, and I wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm actually at home on my internet, and every time that I try to open a mic so that I can ask for a mic, as soon as you give me a mic, I can no longer hear the room anymore. So no, I'm not fighting, a connection here. I'm fighting something totally different, and they don't want to hear what I have to say. But yeah. As far as computer programs and stuff like that, I had one on my first wife that actually recorded every movement that they made and took keystrokes, so you couldn't even throw it in the trash can without actually seeing that it went to the trash can. And you could see that they were deleting it. You could see what it was. You could see where it was going. And if you know how to go recover that, you can actually get all that back. But as far as programs that you can get that they can't see, I'll have to look back in my stuff and figure out what it was. But it was a legal program that you can buy at pretty much any program shop, and it literally, you could set it up so that it would videotape everything that a certain user was doing.
Well, thanks for that, Mike. Yeah, if you find that, please feel free to DM me it. I will make sure it gets out on the web.
Okay, Ice, you dug it out of me. My friends on here, you guys have heard bits and pieces of my story. I'm going to note on something that Ice just said about the government. So both of my perpetrators, separate occasions, were both in the military. I did report to NIS. I did have to go in a room, and I believe there's 6 or 7 men in there, and I did have to tell what happened with the first case. Nothing was done with either of mine. They were both given honorable discharges. They were removed from the military, but not dishonorably. This is back when some of you might remember the gauntlet thing that happened with the military and them trying to cover that up. with the female recruits that had been sexually abused. So I was not in the military myself. I was married to a military. That's why they had access to me. And the government did back then squash it. So, I will not turn against my military. I'll turn against my government, but I won't turn against my military and as a whole. But there is infection within that, and it's been for a long time. My first case was in the mid 80s. So, yeah, I just wanted to add that because it's the truth. They have been covering it up. They have been letting people go. They don't prosecute. And sorry. And again, it happened. The second case was in approximately 91, I think. So anyway, it is truth. So let's see, Deb, you came up and I thought you had your hand up. Would you like to speak? Okay.
Actually, my question was answered, so I'll move back down to listener.
Okay, thank you so much, sweetie. Susie, I got to make some coffee, so I'm going to hand it to you, if that's all right.
That works for me.
All right, sweetie, you got it.
Okay, who's next? Nobody has their hand up. Jamie left me an easy job.
Well, just for the folks in the audience, please, we have mics. If you have a question, the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. So feel free to pick up a mic. We have people on the stage right now that can answer your questions. So, this is your chance to really dig as deep as you want to in here. As I've said, normally the afterground runs from 9 to 12 every day. And now we're already at 1:30 on the East Coast. And as I've said, as long as my co-hosts stay with me, we're going to keep it going for a bit.
One witness, you asked to be a speaker. What you got?
Hi, guys. I wanted to share just a little paragraph from the good testimony of Enoch regarding the days in which we find ourselves. I think this is going to hit real hard, especially in light of the topic of child corruption and mutilation and trafficking, indeed, and trading in children. Listen to this. Enoch was taken by the angels and shown the place of torment of the fallen angels, but it didn't stop there. This is going to hit hard. And those two men, the angels, led me up to the northern side and showed me there a terrible place, and all manner of torment in that place, cruel darkness and unillumined gloom, and there is no light there, but murky fire constantly. Flaming aloft, a fiery river cometh forth, and that whole place is everywhere filled with fire. Thirst and shivering, while the bonds are very cruel, and the angels, the spirits, fearful and merciless. This is the binding place of the fallen angels. But not just them. There's another chamber for men, and watch why. It's going to be very apropos as to the time in which we find ourselves. Bearing angry weapons, merciless torture. And I said, whoa, this place is terrible. And those men, the angels that escorted Enoch, said to me, this place, O Enoch, is prepared for those who dishonor God, who on earth practice sin against nature, which is child corruption after the sodomitic fashion. Enchantments, devilish witchcrafts, those who boast of their wicked deeds, stealing, lies, envy, rancor, fornication, murder, and who, accursed, steal the souls of men, who, seeing the poor, take away their goods and themselves wax rich, injuring them for other men's goods, who, being able to satisfy the empty, yet made the hungering to die, being able to clothe, strip the naked, and who knew not their Creator and bowed down to soulless, lifeless gods, who cannot see nor hear, vain gods, built hewn images and bowed down to unclean handiwork. For all these is prepared this place among these for an eternal inheritance. In Enoch's good testimony, he points us to the Son of Man, the Son of David, who is adorned with the righteousness of the Ancient of Days, the Head of Days, our Father, as the sole hope and arbiter of justice, to remedy not only the angelic host of heaven and their deception, that was wrought at Mount Hermon previously, but also those who would continue the tradition via child corruption and torture and all of the aforementioned things. I thought that pertinent in light of this discussion, and we don't need a council convened in brick and mortar that doesn't know which bathroom to use to tell us that rings true. It quite perfectly describes the scenario we all find ourselves in and the injustice we see from one end of the globe to the other. And so, anyway, thought you guys might enjoy that.
Thank you very much. Very much. Thank you. Dee Dee, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, thanks, Susie. I do apologize. I was away from the space for about an hour and a half, and I didn't know if maybe y'all would cover this. But, you know, the indoctrination of the children and stuff like that not only takes place in the schools. If you don't believe me, just go to YouTube. I've run into a situation to where a young man has a YouTube channel that is geared towards basically 7 to 12-year-olds. Everything he does is anime, which is like a cartoon character. And he's openly pushing LGBTQ, plus he's also appears to be into some sort of Satanism. And he's got a YouTube channel. You know, so people need to be aware of what their kids are actually watching on YouTube, you know, and what kind of message that is sending. I dug a lot deeper. I found out that this kid had actually done some adult anime and sent links for that adult content to minors. I know who this guy is, and I am not going to stop until he's completely off YouTube. Period. If I got to spend every damn dime I got, this is going to happen. So, you know, if you want to know, you can DM me. I'll shoot you the, and he was actually on Twitter, and some of the stuff that he's actually retweeted is kind of disturbing. And he wants to try to come off as an intellectual. I've been in a space with him, and he's a very antagonistic SOB. And he thinks he's about 10 times smarter than he actually is. But people are onto him now. I just want to warn all the parents out there that has young children that watch. And he kept hashtagging the Paw Patrol, which I don't have any idea what this is. He kept hashtagging the Owl, OWL house. And, you know, I haven't seen anything on this, but for him to have a YouTube channel shut down one time because of sending, you know, adult type content and putting links in it so minors can see it, that's a red flag in and of itself. But he's back up and running now on YouTube. So all I'm saying is parents need to be real particular about what their kids are watching on YouTube. And just be mindful of that. You know, right there, I'm going to park it. Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Iceman. Jamie.
Hey, Dee Dee, and Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't just try to have his YouTube channel taken down. He needs to be reported so that the FBI, and Brandy's saying 100%, so that the FBI can look into him. So that the national, I don't know if Nick Mick would do anything at this point, but definitely call the Mississippi FBI and or somebody. If you try to call the regular FBI, it's like a 60-minute wait. Trust me, I found that out the hard way.
Well, I guarantee you
the DM as well.
Yeah, the people that was in that space, he openly said in that space, and I'm not going to name the space, and I'm not going to, go there. But he openly said in the space that if he wanted to trigger people, he could. And when I asked him why he would even want to do that, he said, because it's fun. So there's no doubt in my mind, some wiring is loose in this kid. And, but yeah, I think he's already been reported. he didn't know it, but there was a couple of real powerful people in that group that well, let's put it this way. I told him, I said, you got to watch triggering people, because when you pull the trigger, things go boom. And I just got a sneaky feeling that things are going to go boom all over him.
If I could, real quick, I just stepped out so I could respond to that. I definitely sent you a DM, Dee Dee. Yeah, you don't want to. So first of all, reporting to Twitter or YouTube, that's not what we want to do. People need to look into him that are trained to look into him. So I've sent you a DM. Again, guys, if you see something you think is not good, do not just report it to get taken down, because when these guys get taken down, then there's no way for us to track where they are or who they are. Report it to someone who can check into it. My DMs are always open.
Brandy, I'm sorry you weren't forwarded that info. I will pull everything I have and send it to you. Yeah, I've actually already found another Twitter account, and I found another YouTube account. So we are in the background gathering information. And yeah, Dee Dee, I already talked about it a couple of minutes ago. You just missed it. Yeah, you were in that room. We know who we're talking about. And yeah, I've already been starting the work to track him down. And one of the other people in the room has already reported him to at least 3 agencies that I'm aware of. So it's going to get real interesting in his life. The last thing I told him before I booted him from the room was, you just made yourself famous, and we're going to help make you even more famous, just not the way you expected. So right now, that information is got to keep it under wraps, because number one, we're being recorded, and I no longer believe in outright outing people. I would rather send it to the proper people and get the data to the folks that can do the most good for us. But thank you for bringing that up, Dee Dee. I do appreciate it.
You bet, buddy. Anytime.
Praying, you've had your hand up forever. I hope your arm's not tired.
No, I've been jumping in and around. I thank you guys. Yeah, these sickos, I swear, Paw Patrol, that's a little cartoon. I mean, my 4-year-old grandson, we had a whole birthday party with the Paw Patrol theme. And these owls, I don't know what it is with these sociopaths and their owl fetish. So today was opening day, or is opening day, for the Bohemian Grove, this horrible thing going on here in Northern California in Sonoma County, where these elites gather, and they got busted by Alex Jones. I thought the place had been shut down by now, but no, they're flying their little jets into Napa and, having their fun rituals in front of a big, huge owl. I mean, it's disturbing. They do these, burning of, sacrifices and all sorts of horrible things. I swear, I hope this next chapter of this Sound of Freedom movie includes the elites that are, like wandering around the White House, etc., that are a whole different, look on a pedophile than, these creeps, sleazeballs. Anyway, I did want to, we were talking about cell phones for kids and stuff. I heard you guys talking, and, during the lockdowns here, our school district was super hard ass. I mean, they had these masks on these kids. It was so disturbing. And there were some parents that did everything they could to get the exemptions, which they said, oh yeah, come get your exemption. Okay, but then that child was left outside of the classroom and then had to try to listen for the, assignments and what's going on. And the teacher's all rude and shoving the homework out the door at the end of the class. It's freezing cold outside. We had stories all over the place with these children, just completely abused for not wearing a mask. And this one mom, she got her little boy, I think he was maybe 4th grade, an Apple Watch phone. And it was the simplest kind of phone. So all it could do was make a phone call and take a phone call. And she had to teach that child that if somebody came in to harass him for not wearing a mask, or come in and say, well, how are you feeling today? Whatever. He was to go to the bathroom. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? Go in the stall, then call me, the mom. Call the mom. I mean, seriously, they have to have these children with, phones on their arm, because they'll take their cell phones from them in school. So she had to think of all these ways. How can my child get to me in a public school? So I just wanted to put that out there. It's, I was in Clubhouse last night. The Clubhouse social app is where I spend a lot of my time too, with a lot of really good truth seekers, etc. And last night we were doing basically a room on this MK Ultra garbage, and some survivors in there. I mean, gosh, Kathy O'Brien, go look at her story and what she went through with the abuse of the Bush family, MK Ultra. And so we're having this wonderful, very kind, calm conversation. And I had mentioned about how I saw this trailer for the movie Shift, about shapeshifters. And I had happened to see it when I was in the theater watching Sound of Freedom. Well, into the room pops this disruptor. And he goes, "What movie was that?" I'm like, "Sound of Freedom." Oh, he went off half cocked, like, that's all a bunch of psyops and this, and it's just, these Hollywood types are trying to get attention. I go, "Excuse me?" I go, "First of all, it's a documentary about Tim Ballard, a hero, and he completely disrupted the room. I mean, he turned it upside down." And we had people from Australia and New Zealand and UK, and we're like, "Man, we got all over that man's ass." And we're like, "No, you're gone. Boom, you're out of here." Shove, because that's what they're doing now. They're coming out after this movie in all sorts of ways. I wanted to pop in here because I keep Fox News in the background, right? Just because I want to see if Biden's falling over there in the UK or something stupid. Well, Fox News Outnumbered actually played a clip from Sound of Freedom. They played one of the very powerful, powerful clips that came from Angel Studios on Outnumbered on Fox this morning. And they talked about it, and they showed the stupid leftist rags like the Rolling Stone that's coming out against the movie and all this. They talked about it on Fox News this morning, so I take that as a win. Thank you guys very much for the space.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. And Brandy, if your phone's blowing up, I sent you everything I have up until this point. So good luck with your investigation on that.
Poor Brandy. She joined a space a couple of weeks ago, and here she is. And we love her for it. Love you for it.
Yes, thank you, Brandy.
Yep. G Gatsby, you've had your hand up, and then Kevin.
Hi. So you guys may have already covered this. I've been kind of in and out, but I'm curious, what would be the best way to find a place that, let's say, I wanted to donate some of my time to these sort of organizations that go after child traffickers and that sort of thing. What would be the best way to find a local place that is credible? Because some of these places, I think was brought out earlier, that are not so credible. Like, you're not sure who you're working with.
I don't know if Brandy has an answer to that. I know we have a local ranch actually that takes in women who have been trafficked and works with them with horses and horse therapy and trust and all those kind of things. And we donate money to them. Going to work, for one of these organizations, if that's what you want to do, it's a pretty intense background check, which is great. Thank God, right? You could also check out the Veterans for Child Rescue. I don't know what state, if you don't mind me asking, what state are you in?
Ohio, which is one of the worst, from what I understand. Yeah.
You can reach out to Veterans for Foreign Rescue, not Foreign Rescue. That's what the White House is for. Veterans for Child Rescue. And they have a application on there on how you can volunteer. I know that Warrior, and he's not in here today, and I don't know what his actual handle is. He goes by Warrior. He wants to start a chapter in every state. So, I think that he's probably getting inundated with emails. I know he's going to get one from me later on. So just try, check that out. And you can go onto your state government website. They do have, at least ours does in Tennessee, they do have, trafficking. Hopefully they have a trafficking webpage, and see what they have to say. And maybe there are organizations listed there that can help out. Brandy, why don't you go ahead and take this? Kevin, sorry, I'm going to put Brandy first.
Okay, yeah, real quick. The only person that I have vetted personally and we know for a fact would be Veterans for Child Rescue. Um, Ohio, if you'll send me where you are in my DMs, I'll actually do a search for you and see if I can find a boots on the ground organization besides them that specifically works in your state. That way you'll have someone more local to you since they're all over the US, but I'll definitely do my best with trying to get you someone. And please make sure it's state and city and state, guys, because a lot of our states have the same city names. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Kevin, I think it is.
Thank you. I have a question that talked about a movie that was out that we should see. I already saw The Sounds of Freedom, but there was another one. I came partway through the conversation.
It's called Contra Land. Contra Land.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was actually done by the founder of Veterans for Child Rescue, and he couldn't get anybody to, God, I can't even talk. Produce it and just and put it out there. So he put it out there for free. So it's out there on YouTube and you can watch it. Go ahead, Marlon.
Hey, so I want to clear something up about that. There's been individuals sending rumors about Vets for Child Rescue, and I can tell you that they've been debunked. So anybody has any questions about that, we definitely don't want to destroy any kind of message that's coming out of these spaces, and there's people out there to try and destroy it. So I will not tolerate it one little hair, because I know it to be not true. A lot of people have confirmed that for me. So, and that's the way we're going to keep going. So any kind of slandering, it's not going to be tolerated.
Absolutely. And for all of you who are looking for Warrior Space or account, Terry sent it to me. So it's Big Sarge, SARGE 22. So at Big Sarge 22. And I encourage you to go and listen to the space. It was recorded and it should be on his profile that he did on Saturday. And what were we were in here for like 5 hours. It was amazing. The amount of information and just everything that came out. You'll hear directly from the founder of Veterans for Child Rescue. You'll hear directly from Kim and Warrior, who work for them. So please go out and listen to that. Just play it in the background in your car, whatever, and be amazed. What's up, Jamie?
Well, I'm just noticing that 3 of us on the speaker and somebody that does speak down below are very close to each other within one state. So I don't know. I think we should think about getting together and sharing information if maybe that's a possibility. I'll DM you in the back.
That sounds like a plan, folks. Follow everybody here. I'm not going to say retweet the space because I'm kind of running out of steam. I've been at it since 6 this morning. But really, if you follow us, you will find something in our feeds concerning this. So, and that's your start point. So thank you very much again for being here. Brandy, you got a chance. Go ahead.
Just want to let y'all know I put Warrior Space from Saturday in the bubble, and it's about to be in your nest. Everybody's got to watch it and listen, or not watch it, listen. Like they said, listen in the background. So much information, guys. I honestly have not heard more information in one space about this yet. So you definitely got to save it as well.
So, Brandy, I want to commend you for coming in here every day and doing this with me, because you've been very impactful. You've already saved people in this space and family, friends. I just really want to take my hat off. And and the work that you're doing. I know you're working right now, but I really appreciate you coming in because you're setting people straight.
Well, I want to thank you, Marlon, and Iceman, and Susie, and Mega Mission, and Jamie. You know, it takes all of y'all creating these spaces for us to have a space to talk about. So you are just as much, you know, to give kudos to, because guys, y'all's accounts are getting attacked for showing up and allowing us to do this. But I just thank y'all, because if it wasn't for us all of us in this space, the word wouldn't be getting out. So I will be here every day that God allows me to be. Everyone in your space, Marlon, because this is the most important thing to my heart, is definitely the kids. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll have to tell you, I want everybody to go to my pinned tweet and listen to the second verse of the Star Spangled Banner. If that doesn't make you a new American, I don't know what will, right? Years ago, I did hear that there was a second verse, and I really didn't pay attention. And this man who sings this second verse is a Marine, and let me tell you, this is what it's about, man. Get it.
Yeah. You want some shocking data? We've been around about 6 hours approximately. I just did the calculation. At one child every 40 seconds. While we have been in here talking about it, there have been 14,000 children that have been absconded with. So let that sink in. That's a pretty scary number, right? Some places, that's a small town. And that's just in the last 6 hours that we have been running this space. So if that isn't awareness, then you really don't care. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I just ran the calculator now. Make sure I got the numbers right. So, yeah, 14,400 children in 6 hours. That's some pretty scary numbers. Our government isn't talking about it. Our major law enforcement agencies aren't talking about it. Nobody is. I don't know how mainstream media is not taking this intel and putting it out there for the world to see. Of course, because they're involved. Yeah, let me shut up now.
And those numbers are actually higher than we were stating, because we know the numbers are off. So, yep, 100% ICE. I'll give it to you, Susie.
I would just like to thank everyone for being in here. Thank you, Ice and Marlon, for entrusting me to be a co-host and for letting me dump today. I know that was a long dump, and I apologize for that, sort of. But I'm glad we're shutting down, because I need to go talk to the TBI and NCMEC again today. So I need to go make those phone calls. Love all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Well,
we'll go to praying, and then Goats is coming on up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just, in closing here, I mean, thank you for that calculation, Ice. I was trying to do it in my head with this 40 seconds. And what is our goal in terms of how many children we save every 40 seconds, right? I mean, let's get to the point where we're saving one child for every 40 seconds. Let's start tracking the wins here. And I don't know, I wanted to see if anybody had an update, or if we could remind the space of what happened to Genus, our friend up in Canada, her son. Can somebody update us? And I don't know how to follow that.
Okay, I know that 3-tier posted a post last night that the child is now back with his mother. They tried to, they weren't getting a lot of help from the authorities because of his age, and they were totally dismissing the fact that he was, I believe, autistic. And so they were trying to get that point out there that the authorities, if they think a child is a certain age, they won't pursue it. And and ignoring the fact that the family is saying, well, I don't care how old they are, that's not the maturity level. So a lot of information came out about that. But thank God we did have a win. He's back with his mom, is what was posted from 3-tier. And he's knowledgeable of the information, and also spoke directly to the parents and was involved in trying to assist them. We've got our leader up here. Good morning, MAGA. Good afternoon.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to give everybody a lot of props for coming up here and having these difficult discussions. And I want to give a shout out to Brandy for all the work she's been doing. So God bless you, Brandy, for everything you're bringing to the table. And I just also want people to get together any organizations that they feel need to be put out there to the public that are working on this. I really want to get together with Marlon, Brandy, Iceman, and everybody involved on the team to figure out who we're going to highlight and how we're going to get the attention to the right organizations. That's one of the challenges with the website. I want to make sure I'm directing people to the correct information and giving people the correct action items to follow. So let's lay something out for the public and let's get it on the site and figure out how to do it in the right way. Just because it's not on there right now doesn't mean that it can't be on there in the future. So don't lose heart if you don't see it on the site now. We're kind of new. April 13th is when we launched, so we're still kind of building things and working out details. So just get a hold of us, get a hold of me, get a hold of Marlon, get us the information, and let's talk about it and get it on the website. Okay? And other than that, God bless everybody and have a great day.
Hey Matt, it's Praying Hawk. Can you guys do one thing when you're doing your research, especially with Twitter? I get so many DMs from these X-rated XXX webcam, horrible, porn star, whatever they are, workers. How come there's so many sitting in Twitter like that? And now I block them and delete. I do this. I must have to spend every day like 10 minutes. Block, delete, report, block, delete. Can you ask Elon Musk or the people at Twitter Spaces or Twitter support or wherever you go, because we're blue check mark, to find why do they have so many and can't they do something about it? And I mean, it's really disturbing because there's so many.
Well, can I comment on that real quick? Depending on how you set up your account when you start, really depends on what you get fed by the algorithm. So you have to be really careful when you start your account. Now, this account I started back in 2014, and I really didn't know much about Twitter, so I just started using it. And sure enough, I got hit up by all those same types of accounts. But on subsequent accounts that I started with a little bit more focus and a little bit more reserve, I ended up not getting as many of those things. So it kind of depends on who you followed or what you stumbled across along your journeys that kind of lead you down to this result. So you really have to take a lot of time to go back and get rid of any connections you have to those kind of accounts. And once you're in and you're on a list, it's too late. You're already getting hit up by many of them. So I don't know if there's much hope other than starting another account or getting rid of them just manually and keep doing that. Not much I can. Yeah, we can work on that, but he knows. They're trying.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I've gotten a few less now that I've been, more and more active on blocking them. But he needs to know he's supporting the sex trafficking slave trade by allowing these in the first place.
I think partially, Praying, it might also have to do, I believe the column is called interests or something, and they're trying to kind of figure out what kind of posts you'd like to see. I unchecked them all, and it really assisted in me not getting as much spam DMs and all that kind of stuff. So it may or may not have something to do with it. For me, it seemed to have helped.
Thank you. I'll check that. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Would you like me to go ahead with names? And then what would you like to shut down soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it a long way to a hard stop, maybe in 30 minutes. But yeah, the one thing I wanted to tell you, Praying, just blocking them isn't enough. You got to report them and then remove them. And if you keep doing it, it does get smaller and smaller. I went from getting like 10 to 15 a day. I'm down to 5 now. But every time I see it, I take that extra step to report them to Twitter in the hopes that Twitter will finally open their eyes and get their head out of their butts and do something about this.
There you go. All right, we're going to go to our host, Marlon, and then I'm just going to call the rest out.
let the other hands go first, James. I'm good.
Okay, sir. Go ahead, Goats.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Suze, Iceman. Great space as always. Everybody contributed some great stuff. Hey, Ice, I wanted to ask you, did you do that calculation off one child every 40 seconds, or did you do that calculation off 2 million a year?
Believe it or not, I'm thinking about it. I screwed it
I
up.
can't hear Ice at all.
Yeah. Oop.
Anyway, when I did it by 2 million a year divided by time, I got a way different answer. Somebody try that. Somebody give me divided by time down into seconds, because I got 3.8 kids a second at 2 million a year.
Well, I based that on 40 children per second. So I might be a little high, but I bet you I'm more in line than what the government's putting out there. So thank you for pointing that out. I had to think about it in my head just now. I wanted to make sure I didn't screw up. But yeah, to me, that's a more accurate figure of what's going on out there. Go ahead with the hands, Jamie. Thank you for taking control, you and Susie. I couldn't do this, by the way. I could not do this without the co-hosts. Don't think us hosts are magicians. If we don't have good co-hosts alongside of us, a room can go to dreck in the blink of an eye. So I want to thank Susie and Jamie for coming up here and doing what they're doing. I truly appreciate it.
And Ice, you did the math on one child per 40 seconds, but I'd actually like to hear Goats' math there. I think that works out more. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody double check me, because all I did is I took 2 million divided by 365 divided by like 52 weeks divided by 7 divided by 24 down the line to seconds.
Okay. All right. We'll have Michael. Well, yeah, Michael go, and then Never Woke next. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw some love out to the host and to the co-hosts and to the Marlin, because he's, usually our fearless leader, but it seems that they're not letting him do that no more. So I just want to throw some love out to everybody and let you know that, we appreciate your time, because that's what it boils down to. It's your time. So, yeah, just thank you guys.
Go ahead, Never. Thank you, Michael.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I want to thank you guys for your time, too. Your long hours there, Ice, Jamie, and Susan. I'd like to thank also Marlon there, too, and Michael and Maga and Brandy. I retweeted the thing you put up in the nest there for that past show, and I'm going to retweet it every day so that it stays on the top of my timeline. But also, maybe we could share it through text messages to families and friends, too. Try to find 5 or 10 people and tell them to pass it on, and we can spread it like wildfire, maybe even a little bit quicker. But thanks, guys, and you're some real soldiers. Definitely soldiers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Never. And if you don't know, there's a feature called Pin Tweet. If you'd like to, you could put it on your thread and then click Pin Tweet if you wanted it permanently on the top for until you undo it. Anyway, that's an option.
I got something pinned already. Can I pin more than one tweet or no?
No, you can't. It's one at a time.
You can highlight a tweet.
Oh,
if you want, you can highlight them.
Okay. I should be able to figure that out pretty easy, right?
Yes, sir. Highlights is an option too. Thanks, Matt, for reminding me of that.
Thanks, guys.
One Witness, you're next, sir.
I just was listening and enjoying the space, and I know that these times are heightened tensions in so many areas and arenas. I was reminded that in these days we were promised that our Father in heaven would turn the hearts of the fathers to the sons and the mothers to their daughters. And what a good thing to do to birth a good spirit worldwide than to cause us to cast aside the things that bind us and that we tear one another apart with to defend the innocent. And I just wanted to give him glory in that because I see that as good and necessary, and also a reflection of the coming kingdom, and how when we cast aside the things that we rally behind that often don't bring us either joy or sustenance in any measured or marked manner, but instead to focus on the vulnerable. I know that his spirit is in direct step with that, of course. So I wanted to thank him. Holly, thank you for the space, guys. It's really great.
Thank you for coming in, One Witness. Always a pleasure. It sounds like your service has got a heck of a lot better than when I first met you. I guess that antenna is making a difference. You're clear as a bell, brother.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
and by
was
the
trying to grasp everything in the bubble.
I know we get working
I'm trying to
behind
get
the
it all
scenes.
before the site goes because I don't have time to see everything. So,
I
yeah.
hear you. By the way, I believe that was Goat's figures, and yes, it is 3.8 children per second, based on the $2 million figure. or 2 million figure. I had to recheck it myself to make sure we were right. And on that, I got to go to the man who's really supposed to be hosting the space, but Twitter doesn't want to let him. Yeah, I hope you hear me, monitors. Go ahead, Marlon.
Well, listen, hey, you are right. We can't do it without the co-host. So Susie, when Mag is up there, Jamie, look, we're doing this. We're putting it out there because we just can't stand idle anymore. No way. We can't do it. So we're going to do this every day. I wish that we would have delved into the movie a little bit more, but I would really like Warrior here and hear his aspect, because here's a guy that's been fighting it for a decade. So, I'm not happy he's not here, but hopefully he'll be here tomorrow and we can delve into the movie a little bit more than what we did today. So, Mag, again.
Yeah, I mean, we started this with a group of people. It's a team. We can't do it without the whole team. Not one person can do it by themselves, and we can't do it without the community, even with the team. So, we got a great group of people. Susie's been helping out. Jamie has been helping out. Everybody's been stepping up, and everybody on MAGA Mission is stepping up as a team, and the community is stepping up, and it's great. And that really, we cannot do it without the community and all of the information and the people working on everything we've been talking about. And that's how this is gonna happen. It's gonna be a community that brings us together, and Americans across the nation. So Warrior's doing incredible work. I was in that space with him, and it was an incredible space. Definitely go check out the recording. Marlon also has recordings. We're trying as quickly as we can to get the recordings up, for just so that they can stay on record and never go away, because Twitter is temporary. It's not forever. So the best we can do is we can get the recordings and hopefully put them into the library, and we keep trying to do that every day. It's a lot of information when you got a bunch of different spaces going on and a lot of hours of talking. So, but we think the people will eventually get to that information, and they'll hear it. So that's the goal. But it takes a team, and it takes a community, and that community has to grow across the nation for us to be successful. So that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do. So thank you, everybody, for your help.
Well, I can tell you there's other goals that we want to achieve. We invite you to please bring your politicians forward so that we can talk to them, so we can get them on these spaces and actually have you guys talk to them about issues. And it's not always going to be about child trafficking, but I can tell you right now, this is going to be one of the main focus for a long time. I want to just prepare everybody and warn everybody. We definitely do not want vigilantes out trying to do this thing. If you try to attract a sexual predator online, it may be a pretty good chance that you will go to jail, that you are breaking the law. So I leave it to the professionals. Brandy's in here, and she's got a great organization with Shepherds. Warriors in here with Veterans for Child Rescue. I mean, there's all kinds of these people that have been doing this work. So we just need to feed them the information, and they've already done the work for us to be able to go after these guys. And even they have challenges that they have to meet. You know, they can't entrap, and they can't do this, and they can't do that. So we really want everybody to be aware, but we don't want you to take matters into your own hands. I think that citing it and reporting it is our step. I think also that we have to attack, and I say attack, we have to pluck on the heartstrings of our state legislatures. I don't care what state you're in, that's what you need to do. You need to, we first need to concrete the no votes. We need to applaud these people. We need to bring them up and show the example. We also have to go after votes that were undecided, no votes. And this is happening in my state. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. So I do implore you to please bring your politicians forward. The American people need to hear it. And I think this is one of the cleansing processes that we're going to be able to change this country. So that's what I really believe. And that's why we open this space every day. Me, MAGA, Ice, Susie, Jamie. There's a lot of other people. Goats should be commended, and Brandy, and, you know, everybody coming in here, Denise, and you know, everybody coming in and pitching in. And it's a really heavy subject, but we need to just keep going. So I thank you all for coming here and contributing.
Thank you, Marlon, 100%. I'd like to extend that just a little bit. Please be aware, if you get involved, you could actually bring greater harm to the child. So don't do that. Secondly, please, please, please do not collect any photos where you think, oh, I'm going to collect these because this person posted it. I'm going to collect these so that I have evidence against them. Well, what's really happening is if you have that on your phone, on your computer, you are then committing a crime for possessing child pornography. Do not collect their information, you know, other than a basic post or anything like that, but don't. You are literally putting yourself in harm. And yeah, I'd like to say again, thank you to all the warriors in here, Praying Hawk, Advocate. There's so many. The room is pretty big. So thank you all. We appreciate everything you do. And let's go to Brandy next, and then Casey. Go ahead, Brandy.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what you and Marlon just said. We're talking about what to look for. We're talking about what we're seeing. But guys, as just your average person with no title, no background, licensing, all the stuff you got to have, you can go to jail if you do the things they said, for sure. So pay attention to what they said. Stay away from, you know, don't go approach someone that you think has a child with them that the child may not belong. Report it. You know, you can't. One of the things that was very big for the lady who had reached out to me when it came to the pictures of a child who may have been shared, and she told me it was deleted. And my first thing was, don't go look for it. Just leave it alone. Authorities will find it on the device if they need to, because if you find that photo, you have child pornography in your own hands, and therefore you might have a felony against you. So yeah, I just want to reiterate what both of you just said. Extremely important, guys. And I want to say something real quick too. The other day we were in a space and I was so excited about finding the ID channel show Undercover Underage. However, I didn't follow up with, as cool as it is to listen to that people are going after these guys and it's actually happening, right? Just look for that type of thing to occur and then report it. Don't pretend to be a child and do this on your own, because just like they said, you could wind up in those pretty shiny handcuffs, and we definitely don't want that to happen to the good people. So I just want to iterate that.
Amen, sister. All right, KC, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to share also, there was an organization I've been working with over the last 15 years. I do sexual trauma and recovery for free. I provide free support to survivors and have for 28 years. And I also do federal pension laws. So in partnership with family law attorneys, so we have an opportunity to file restraining orders against traffickers and abusers and things like that. But about 15 years ago, I got involved with Parents Against Pedophiles. And they were doing some really good work, a lot of motivated individuals, because they were mostly parents whose children had been victimized. So they, one person in particular worked at the phone company, and another person had like a extermination business, so he could go door to door and he could really track down these people. But then I watched as many of them put themselves in harm's way or compromised cases because not following the chain of evidence and things of that nature. So you have to watch that vigilante stuff. So, but there are organizations out there where you can report things like that, and just be aware of the fact with your kids and your grandkids, people take photographs of children, particularly in a swimming pool or at the beach or in the bathtub, and they use that as their way to access child pornography sites. So they have to actually upload pictures of possibly your kids and grandkids, and then that gives them access to other types of child porn. So I just wanted to bring that out and mention that in the space today, but I'll land my plane there.
Oh, wow, guys. I just had a moment. Sorry. Wow, Casey, you just reminded me. Okay, I took my daughter on a vacation to, oh, my, where Bridal Falls is. Her and her friend, we took them on. Yes. We took them on a vacation up to Bridal Falls and all that, and Big Bear and whatnot. And we were at Yosemite, and we were taking the bus tour. And this gentleman, I noticed his camera kept being posted or, pointed towards my girls. And so I call my daughter's friends my girls too. Anyway, it happened at 2 of the stops. So I got out of the bus and approached him and took his camera and started deleting it right in front of him. He had no power over me he was a wimp, but I deleted my daughter's pictures out of his camera. This stuff does happen, and I actually didn't even cross my mind until KC just said that. I have the pictures of that man because I photographed him while he was doing it. So yeah, they take pictures of your children while you're on vacation, and then your children are on the web and you didn't even know it. It's creepy. Thank you for reminding me of that, girl.
One more thing. I want to say that being in these spaces, I have learned from people like Brandy. And I'll have to tell you, I was one of those parents that let my kids go in Disney World. I was one of those parents that didn't think anything was going to happen. Here's a big one. A big one is don't let your kids post pictures of themselves. They are looking for landmarks behind them in pictures. They're giving them avenues. They don't even have to be engaging them on Facebook to see this. So I think educating our kids in the way that we're using the social media platforms, I think will definitely cut down on it. I think, these are the things that are coming out of these spaces. It may be like we're talking, but I think a lot more is happening.
You reading my mind, Marlon. I was just about to say that. We're all on the same page, thank God.
Hey, one more thing.
Go ahead.
Twitter has a very extensive firewall, right? So the number one thing is they're going to lead you off of this app. And their 2 famous ones are Instagram and WhatsApp. Okay, so if you see this, oh, come over, my family's on WhatsApp, and hey, we can talk more on Telegram. That's because they're able to penetrate your phones on these apps. So, again, we just have to be aware of what we're doing and obviously, never follow anybody back in blocks either. I'm not a fan of that. I dive every person that requests me to follow them. So I think we should all do the same. So I want to thank everybody for coming. And Iceman, thanks for picking up the slack today, because this wouldn't have happened without you guys. So thanks again. And hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to work really hard towards it. So thanks for coming.
Thank you, Marlon. It's a pleasure to put your hashtag on my name. So thank you very much for that. We're going to start winding down. So at this time, please do not request a mic. If you would like to make a short statement as we close, please put your hand up if you already have a mic. And then the last three people are going to talk are going to be, well, hold it. Susie said she had to go. So Susie, do you want to say goodbye? Or are you already gone?
No, I'm still here. Yeah, I got to go. I got to get on these phone calls. I thought we were going to quit 19 minutes ago. Anyhow, I've already kind of said my goodbyes. Everybody have a great day and go out there and do one good thing to, hey, goats, how about this for a t-shirt? Save the children, save the world. I like that one. Love you guys.
Well, from heroes. Yeah, I like it. That's a good one.
Exactly.
I like it. All right. So, yeah. Me, Susie, Goats, you guys, we're really close. And another person that spoke earlier, I think we should talk about getting together, do a little brainstorming. We're all within one state of each other. Some of us are in the same one. So, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming and spreading your knowledge. Thanks for making all of us smarter. And I just want to say, God bless you all. Pray for America. Pray for the world. Keep on fighting, and I'm gonna mimic Susie. Go out there and do one good thing. I like that. So,
Hey,
God
let
bless y'all.
Brandy had her hand up. Let Brandy's go one more time here.
Oh, good, Brandy, please.
Oh, maybe she can't. Nope, she can't. That's okay. Thanks again, Ice, Susie, Jamie.
Thank you, Marlon, for providing the room. And Maggot, you have anything to add before I close it down?
I guess I just wanted to express my thanks to everybody for coming together today and continuing the discussion and the fight to save the children, and all the work that's been put in and everybody shared. I just can't say enough. I can't give enough thanks is what I wanted to say. So thank you, everybody. And I'm going to land it there. Brandy, if you wanted to jump in, please.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, but I got to be in the space even when I'm at work. I can't help it. Just want to say thank you, everyone, for showing up, paying attention, taking notes, and most importantly, paying attention to what's going on around you in the world you're living in. No matter where you are, you've got to fight for the children, because no one, as you've heard in the space today, except for us that are truly standing up, and a lot of us are in this space, and a lot of us aren't, but a lot of people are not standing up. So I just want to commend everyone for showing up and doing their due diligence to saving the kids. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Jamie, did you finish?
Yeah, I think I said goodbye. I just, Marlon, thank you so much for including me in this. It really feels good to finally feel like I'm on my path for what I was led to. And that's it. Love you all. Can't wait to hear you tomorrow or later on today. And be safe out there. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Susie, Jamie, for co-hosting. Marlon, sorry we kept crashing this morning, but we made it through. I think we got probably close to 6 hours into this. And for those that have stuck around and took notes, I thank you so much for being here today. You can make a difference in your neighborhood. And Susie's right. Do one thing, even if it's one email, one phone call, whatever it is that you can possibly squeeze into what we already know is a busy lifestyle, do it. And then you know you've done something good for the day. I can't stress that enough. And last thing I want to go to is what Brandy, Marlon, and, we've all said. Do not engage these people. They are dangerous. If they are part of the cartel, you will now become one of the missing. So I can't stress that hard enough. I know that sounds really hard, but it is real, especially in the areas out in Arizona, New Mexico. Think about how many bodies are buried in the desert. And now the cartels are taking over. They are even more deadly than the American mafia was. Let that sink in. They have no compunction about killing you, taking your child if you have one with you. So please pick up your phone, dial. If it's an emergency, dial 911. If it's a non-emergency and you want to speak to a supervisor to make him aware of something that's going on that you have observed earlier in the day, call the non-emergency number. Let them know. Start an investigation. You can actually have them take an incident report. It doesn't hold much value other than to put it into the computer so that everybody else can talk about it. I think this should be spoken of in lineups every day for every law enforcement agency in the United States right now. Now that we've pulled the blanket off of this and we see how bad it is, I think anybody with a badge should get involved in whatever capacity they can. And on that, I'm going to take a deep breath and say, once again, thank you all for being here. God bless. May you and yours have a great day and be safe out there. And on that, like I always say, we push people out the door in my space. What's the last person out the door do? They put out the lights, and it's that time of the day. So once again, thank you very much, and God bless you and yours. God bless America. And right now we're realizing God needs to help the whole world. Have a great one all. Goodbye.